Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers, including Peter Berryman, John Robertson, Brandon Trano, and IndyCar World Champion Alex Palou. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Come live on Apex Racing TV for the Champion Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series sponsored by Penguin RC. For week 3, we're here at the virtual track of Phillip Island. Phillip Island is an island that strives the entrance of the western point on the south coast of Victoria, Australia, southeast of Melbourne. About 14 miles, 23 kilometres long and 6 miles, 10 kilometres at its widest. The island occupies 40 square miles, 100 square kilometres and rises 360 feet or 110 metres. Phillip Island, a circuit with a turbulent history, is once again at the forefront of Australian motor racing, thanks to the extensive rebuild bringing it up to international standards. Motorsport has been synonymous with Phillip Island since 1928, when the very first Australian Grand Prix was held till 1935. Many other series are held on this impressive circuit, such as touring cars, and heavily known for the motorcycle racing, which holds the finale of the 2022 World Superbike Championship this year. Phillip Island has held a few endurance races in its lifespan, hosting the Armstrong 500, a 500-mile race which later evolved into the Bathurst 1000. But today we have cars not seen on this track, the LMP2 and the GT3s, which I'm sure will make for entertaining viewing. The opening first 2 rounds of the 2022 Championship Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series went to Daytona in round 1. Coming home very happy from that in the 4-hour endurance race was the team of Satellite Racing, who took a clean sweep of the first event in both the prototype LMP2 class as well as the GT3 class. Round 2 went to Spa, and again a single team took both the race wins in the LMP2 and LMP3, and that was #Team Racing. So I wonder if other teams can get in the mix today to take the race win, or will it be the teams from the first 2 rounds cementing their dominance? Only time will tell. I am Andy Thompson. I'm joined in the box with Adam Thompson. Alongside me in the booth is Lewis Aurora on production. So, welcome Adam to Phillip Island.
Yeah, thank you, Andy. Thanks for having me, guys. It's going to be a very interesting race for me to commentate. I'm not I don't know a whole lot about the LMP2 cars around here, but I know my way around a GT3 pretty well, but I've never run it around here at Phillip Island. So, just knowing what I know about this track, there are a lot of blind corners and a lot of track undulations up and down. Turn 9, 10, 11, that complex looks like it's probably going to be a pretty good racing opportunity. There's going to be a whole lot of overtaking here, and as we mentioned before we started the broadcast, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head about how these cars are going to be pretty fun, especially these LMP2s. This track isn't super wide, and you mentioned that they don't have all the grip in the world as they slow down to get through the corner, so it's going to make it a pretty tight, interesting track for the LMP2s and the GT3s. I'm excited.
Yeah, definitely, and certainly the different undulating, the elevation and obviously the descents on this track. Certainly going around, like we said, turn 9, that blind corner at the top of the hill as you duck down the hill for the really sharp hairpin at turn 10 before you open it out through turn 11, coming back onto the start finish there for after turn 12. So the LMP2 cars are really going to sort of have to make sure that they plan their overtakes on these GT3 cars. It's not the world's biggest track as well, so it's certainly going to make it interesting. You know, there's going to be a constant stream of GT3 cars for these LMP2 cars. And it works the other way around as well. These GT3 cars have really got to have eyes in the back of their head, and that's where their teammates are going to come all the more important to tell them what LMP2 cars are coming around on them, because I'm pretty sure that we will be seeing a few yeets coming up on the inside corners, certainly coming out of the first corner up to turn number 2. You know, the LMP2 cars will be flying down that start finish straight over the GT3, so expect a lot of action coming down into turn 1 going into turn 2. But also, like you said, Adam, is the back half of the course. It's not the widest of tracks here, so you know it's going to have to be making sure that you program your overtakes at the right part of the tracks and not make over ambitious, because we saw only a few at Spa, and Spa is a considerably wider track than we have here at Phillip Island. So it's going to be extremely interesting to see how the LMP2s and qualifying is going to be all the more important in this between the two classes to make sure you do try to get out front.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I mean, like we were saying, I mean, that whole complex starting at corner 4 all the way through turn 12, you just don't have the straightaways that these LMPs need to get around these GT3s. I mean, they're going to have to time it correctly to get out of 12 into 1 and then out of 2 and into 3 to try to get around these guys, because man, you can start entering corners with 2 different car classes that are this different when it comes to power and grip. It's I'm glad they're out there and not me, and I hope they can tell me how it's done, because I'm telling you, I wouldn't be able to. But no, I'm extremely excited.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've not really driven around this track much in any of the cars. You know, it's always sort of scared me, that back section of this track being so narrow, and obviously being in a standard iRacing series, if obviously our viewers are probably experienced it, is that it's not exactly the cleanest level of racing. When you, certainly if you're in the lower splits like I am, it can get a bit treacherous and a bit frustrating when you sort of get taken out into turn 1 or going up into turn 2. But obviously the standard of driving in this championship for the first 2 rounds has been impeccable. There's been absolutely amazing racing on track. The drivers have been really respectful to each other. You do get racing incidents, but you get it in any sort of level of sports all the way up to the top. So, you know, there will be spills and thrills, certainly, like we said, on this track, which is not really one of the tracks that anybody would first come to mind for an endurance race to have on there. So it's really good that we've got an endurance race here today on Apex Racing TV. So this is, like I said, round number 3. It is a 3-hour endurance race. So the guys at the moment are just finishing off the practice session. That'll be at 4:45 GMT. Then they'll go into a 15-minute qualifying 3-lap shootout. So all the more important to make sure you hit your times, because a lot of the drivers will get around this track exceptionally quick. I think the best time in the LMP2s at the moment is a 1:16. So if you mess your 3 laps, you'll be sitting in the pits starting at the back of the grid. So and then we down to the meat of the race, the 3-hour endurance from start to finish. That'll be from 5 o'clock all the way to 8 o'clock GMT. So you can work out where that is, wherever you're viewing this from. Obviously, this is round 3. There is a 6-round series. The next round goes to Le Mans, which is a 6-hour race. Unfortunately, that is not broadcasted here on Apex Racing TV. But then, oh, it is now. Oh, okay. I found out it is. So we are taking Le Mans as well. So that'll be a certainly interesting one for 6 hours. I might challenge myself to see if I can do the full 6 hours. So that'll be interesting. And that is on March the 13th. On the 3rd of April, we go to Sebring, a classic track for, again, the 3-hour endurance race around there before we head out the final at Road America on April the 24th, another 3-hour endurance races. And I really enjoy watching these races and commentating on these endurance races because it's not fast and frenetic, Adam, and you can take your time really getting to know the cars and seeing the intricacies of how these drivers drive.
Yeah, no, I'm as you were talking, I'm sitting here thinking about the tracks that they're going to, and man, all of those don't. When you think of an endurance sort of type of track, you think of Daytona or Le Mans or Spa or something like that. I mean, some of these tracks these guys are going to are a lot shorter than that. Like you mentioned, the fastest time in this LMP is a 1:16 right now and a 1:25 for the GT3s. But I mean, it's 3 hours, 12 corners that come at you fast and furious here. It's probably pretty demanding, even on drivers in a sim. So hats off to them for keeping it clean and keeping it respectful for 3 hours. But I am really excited to watch these LMP2s. This is the first time I've really gotten to sit down and watch how these cars go. Like I said, I'm pretty big into the GT3s. I'm a Ferrari guy. I'm sorry if people don't like that, but these LMP2s are definitely going to be interesting to see, and I'm already watching them right now, watching Rui get around the track, and it's it's just a whoa. Well, I mean, as you can see right now, there's just carnage, chaos already, and we're only in practice.
I know. I mean, luckily I do know these LMP2 cars I drove around in the Apex Prototype Championship. Wasn't very good, but I really enjoy these cars. They're so fast and they're so planted around the corners. Where GT3 cars sort of get a little bit squirrely, these cars are quite well planted. Obviously, you can still spin it around in corners if you give it too much beans, but they're really well planted, and it's such a fun car to drive. It is a bit treacherous when you do have these slower cars coming around you, because you're taking a lot of faith in the lines that the cars are taking to try and get the overtake done, because sometimes you will come around the corner, see an GT3 car in front of you, and you just got to make it stick, and you're relying a lot on the GT3 cars, and you know, a little slight tap in one of these LMP2 cars and you can get extensive damage. So they're not the most rugged of vehicles, but they certainly are quick.
Yeah, no, and that's especially with this track. You mentioned coming around a corner, and with about around a 10-second, 9-second time difference between these two cars, with these corners, getting around them, obviously you're worried about getting around the corner, and then you got another car sitting there on the exit. If you were in these GT3s, Andy, how would you approach? You obviously know these LMPs are coming. How would you just stay on the line and hope they get around you, or how does that work? I mean, it seems so simple in theory, right? But it never is.
No. I mean, normally you do try and stay on the racing line, because it's one of them written and unwritten rules in iRacing that if you are the faster car behind, you are the one that is supposed to instigate the overtaking move, and the car in front should stay on the racing line to be predictable, because that's what you really want them always. You see there, as we're talking about turn number 9, we see a classic example of an LMP coming up the top and meeting two GT3 cars. But yeah, it's just trying to be predictable. As long as the GT3 cars are predictable, the LMP2 cars will try and get around them as safely as possible. But that was a great onboard view there of a lap around this track, and you see for the LMP2 cars, it's very squirt and stop, squirt and stop. You know, you're going around these corners. They're probably not as fast. They're probably about the same speed as a GT3 car going around one of these corners. But then as soon as they get on the accelerator out of the corner, that's where you see the instant squirt speed and the speed difference between the two cars. But it's very much, you know, full throttle coming down the corner, take it down, slow it right round the corner, then putting it on. So it's going to be a lot of that, and that is probably going to put pay to some of the tyre wear on these cars as well, not normally used to such a tight track.
Yeah, and I've seen, at the moment, probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I see 35 drivers registered here, so this is going to be, holy cow, this is going to be a whole, I mean, we're just seeing it in practice now, and you mentioned the tire wear. It doesn't help when you're trying to put a lot more corners into this track than there actually are on the track, trying to get around these guys. So it's yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I'm ready to get this qualifying started. Let's go.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting for the first 4 or 5 laps of this track, and once we get started and we've got a lap under our belts, we'll get Lewis to put the track map up, and you can just see the congestion. We'll put it up throughout the 3-hour race to just show you how much they're going to be spread out. I'm imagining that we're going to have GT3 cars all over the field, and then LMP2 cars just trying to dodge and weave and get in and outside of them, but it's certainly going to be interesting. But just before we go into the start of qualifying here, I don't know if you want to take us through the current standings in both the car classes.
Well, I would, but I'm going to let you take that because I'm having an issue with the overlay at the moment.
All right, I can certainly do that. But current championship standings in the LMP2. So in first place at the moment, we've got Satellite Racing LMP2 on 67 points. Had a really good outing in Daytona, won the race. And they did start off really confidently in Spa, but got into an issue where they had to pit early on and try to fight back. Imperius Motorsports there in second place on 56 points. Pneumatic Motorsport Orange in third on 48th. Obsidian Racing Future in fourth place on 47th. We Too Fast Racing in 36 with Pneumatic Motorsport Blue on the same amount of points. Then you got Craft Dinner Racing on 43 in 7th, and 8th you got Sim HQ Motorsports Orange on 41, Pneumatic Motorsports Purple on 41, and Tuxedo Racing there, which round out your top 10. But you can see there the top of the standings all extremely close, certainly from third all the way down to probably 11th, 12th, where you got the 39 points, so extremely close in the LMP2 standings. Over to the GT3s then. We have TPRT Midpacks currently leading the way on 64 points. It was Satellite Racing GT there in second. Had a really good race in Daytona, as we said, won the first race, but absolutely had a disaster out in Spa. Did win top of the qualifying, but they have a start grid area in this race, and he accelerated before that start grid area and got a drive-through penalty. He was fighting out the front, and then after that drive-through did put him down mid-pack. Managed to get himself back up, and then did get another penalty to put him further back down. So hopefully the Satellite Racing GT took them points on board from the last race out in Spa and can see what they can do here at Phillip Island. In third place we got VG Racing Esports Academy with 56 points. Racing Sim PR Blue there on 53, and Sim Republic on 52, with Sim HQ Motorsport White also on 52 points. A little bit of a gap then to SR Technics CMS on 46. Can-Am Racing there in 8th on 41. Can-Am Racing 2 there on 39. We do see Hashtag Racing there down in 12th place, our winners out in Spa, and obviously they weren't in the LMPs. They did miss the first round in Daytona as well, playing catch up, but certainly a team to watch out for in the championship here. So hashtag racing and satellite racing seem to be the two at the moment that lead out. So it'll be interesting to see how they tackle this Phillip Island track. So we just moving in now to the qualifying session. Like I said, 15-minute qualifying, but the drivers only get 3 laps, and whoever is in the car for the qualifying session will start the race. But one thing I'm really pleased about, and it's actually got me into it, is the Satellite Racing GT3 car that we can see driven by Alex Gow doing an exceptional job out in Spa. It's a McLaren, and I'm absolutely loving driving the McLaren. I've just got into it, just bought the car myself, and I absolutely love it. So great to see a McLaren out on track.
Yeah, that is impressive. I'm part of a league as well, and we ran a GT3 portion last season, and we had two people I believe try that McLaren for the first race, and they both dumped it after that race and moved on to the BMW, which I see a couple of those in here as well. But no, that takes some skill to be able to get out there in that McLaren and go as fast as he's going.
I think it's a really underestimated car, to be personally fair. I mean, I normally drive the Lamborghini, which is a bit of an all-rounder car, really, but the McLaren certainly has got the pace. I don't know how it would fare here at Phillip Island. A lot of hard braking, tight corners, and flowing corners. So I'm not sure how the car will manage around here. But them drivers in that Satellite Racing GT car, extremely quick drivers, so I'm expecting big things, and at the moment you can see them on the top of the standard in the GT3s with a 125.82, and then we have Obsidian Racing Future leading out the field of the LMP2s on a 115.86, but a little bit of a gap, about 0.2 of a second over the Satellite Racing LMP2s in front of him. So all extremely close, as I would expect to see in this qualifying session. We are currently 5 minutes into the qualifying. Probably the majority of the drivers would have pretty much done their 3 laps, or certainly coming around to finishing off their 3 laps, and we'll be sitting down for 10 minutes just composing themselves and thinking out the strategies that they're going to be using in this race. And like I was saying, Adam, you know, the team is going to be the biggest factor in this race. Being a tight circuit, being a lot of corners, no real huge straights apart from the start-finish straight, it's going to be down to the teams to tell the drivers, speed up here, just slow down a little bit. You've got a lot of GT3 cars to try and make sure they maximize the space, because what you don't want to be doing is losing a lot of time out on track because you're caught up behind the battle for a GT3 class. And likewise, obviously the GT3s want to be aware of them LMPs behind them. So it's certainly going to be interesting, and it's going to be a really exciting first 5 to 10 laps of this race.
Multi-class racing is by far, to me, it's underrated, I think. I don't think it gets as much coverage on, actual television as it should, because the amount of communication, not just between you and your crew chief or your pit wall, but I mean, they've got to have spotters all over the track, and they're like you said, they've got to rely on their teams, because these LMPs are, again, so much quicker. And you could have a pretty good gap, and just get complacent for a second. And just maybe start riding around behind a battle of one of these GT3s, just not thinking anything of it. It's a 3-hour race. And all of a sudden, you're getting passed. So, yeah, the communication here, especially around here, I mean, just watching these guys go around this track right now, it's nonstop corners. So the communication's gonna be huge, and I would assume, like you've mentioned, that these guys are pretty good at that. So we're gonna find out again here, because this looks like a totally different beast than what they've been running so far.
Yeah, definitely. Haven't got many drivers out on track. Like I said, it's only 3 laps, so the majority of the teams would have already done their 3 laps. So, maybe, a couple of the drivers thinking, it seems to be that the whole field has pretty much gone out at the beginning of the qualifying to get their laps done. Now, obviously, all the cars are on track at the same time. And maybe these drivers now are thinking, well, we'll let the melee go through and then we'll just come out, say, 5 to 6 minutes afterwards to have a clean track to try and throw down a decent lap, because there's nothing worse when you're trying to do a qualifying lap and you've got cars in front of you just weaving all over the place, getting your eye off your line and not being able to optimize it. So maybe these drivers are doing the right thing here and trying to get as much of a clean track as they possibly can. Won't have the slipstream effect, but I wouldn't imagine around this track the slipstream effect will be coming into play all that much more. But certainly watching the hashtag racing team here in the iconic Lamborghini, that powerful V10 motor at the back of that car, just purring around the track, and he's pretty much got it to himself at the moment. There's only about 4 cars out on track, so it'll be interesting to see where he can get. Currently, at the moment, 5th in class is the hashtag racing in the GT3.
Okay, I apologize. I'm back here. I think I got some things working here. But yeah, no, these you know, and the gaps here between, I mean, I'm looking at the GT3s, especially they're that pretty close, especially the first 2 in qualifying, and even I mean, the gaps here, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in the LMPs, they're all within 0.2 of a second. Pretty impressive. So this looks like it's going to be a pretty good race. These guys all seem to be pretty close in time.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they were this close around Spa the last time out, and we came out 2 weeks ago. So I was expecting them to be probably even closer here tonight. But certainly all very close. Certainly in the top 6 anyway by 0.4 of a second. Then you jump down to Pneumatic. Motorsport Blue there in 7th at 0.7 of a second slower. And then you got the Craft Dinner Racing not far behind them. Literally 0.004 of a second behind the Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team there, so extremely close there between 7th and 8th. But it's going to be the start of this race is going to be super important. That first 2 corners can be really treacherous on this track. You know, really cold tyres, got to take it nice and easy. And obviously it's a 3-hour race, and there's nothing more true than in an endurance race saying, you know, you can win it at the first corner, but you can certainly lose it, and you can do it here on these endurance races if you just try that little bit too hard. But you know, you've got to try to get at the front of the grid as best you can to try and stay out of what might be the carnage that might ensue behind you.
Yes, you know, this is kind of a double-edged sword when you're running around here, because yeah, I definitely want to get out in front too at first, but I think that these LMPs are going to be catching the backs of these GT3s a little quicker than they're expecting. It's not a big track, so you know, you get through those first 5 or 10 laps, and guess what? On lap number 10, you got to do it again. So it's gonna be a battle into turn 1, like you said, and I'm with you, Andy. I've got that lower I rating split, unfortunately, but it's never my fault. I'm sure it's always everybody else's. That's why I'm down there. But you've always got to be careful going into one, and even in professional racing, you do. So getting out in front of what could be carnage is definitely going to be the key here, I think, to at least start the race clean. And I'm just basically echoing everything you said. It is a 3-hour race, but you don't want to start it 2 laps down. That's not how you want a 3-hour race to go, because that could end up throwing you off. You know, trying to then you're trying to catch up, and then more mistakes tend to happen. So here's to hoping all these guys get out of here clean, and we have a good race on our hands.
Yeah, just while we've got all the cars pretty much done their qualifying laps, so just a shout out to the title sponsor, Penguin RC Simulation. Create high performance driving accessories at a reasonable cost at Penguin RC Simulation. We produce wheel and button boxes along with specialized equipment such as e-stops for direct drive hardware and soon to come the iFlag devices. So head over to penguinrc.com for more information on what our title sponsor for this series can offer you. Obviously only 2 minutes here left at qualifying, but pretty much we've only got one car out on track at the moment. That's the Sim Racing PR Blue team, currently driven by Alex Riviera, that's pretty much got the track to himself there, as probably listening to what I was saying out on stream and coming out to try and give himself the whole track. Currently sat down there in P17, so has a little way, 1.7 seconds off the top of the GT3 at the moment. But, you know, it's a good opportunity here, Adam, to talk about these sponsors, because without these sponsors and offering such wonderful prizes and that for the championships, a lot of these iRacing leagues wouldn't be able to survive. So it's a real big accolade that these sim racing companies are almost putting back into the environment that all their products are from, and it's really great to see the sponsors getting on board to this local championship. You know, all the way from sprints up to endurances. So it's a really good close community, is the iRacing community. And sim racing in general, and it's really good to see that with sponsors getting on board to sponsor championships.
It absolutely is, Andy. So not to get into it too much, but I run my own league as well on here, and you can't do it without the sponsors. And it's just it blows my mind that you've got some of the guys in my league. They say these are the best friends you'll never meet. And they really are. Just how close this community is just throughout. And I mean, I'll even expand on it. You can go into the dirt oval side, the asphalt oval side, dirt road. Just the sim racing community in general is an unbelievable thing to be a part of. And these sponsors, like you mentioned, we could not do what we're doing right now, and these guys can't do what they want to do. Racing on a Sunday afternoon or morning or evening, wherever you are, without them. So thank you to all the sponsors that are a part of this.
Yeah, and we'll be giving a brief overview of each one of the sponsors for this event throughout the broadcast. So just getting the cars lining up on field, so we'll just take you through the field here at the moment. So out on pole for the LMP2s is Obsidian Racing Future. Second is Sim HQ Motorsport Orange. Satellite Racing in third place in the LMP2 class. In fourth, we got RD Sports. Hashtag Racing are winners out in Spa in fifth. Imperial Motorsports currently in sixth place. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue in seventh. Car Dinner Racing in eighth place. In ninth place, we've got We2 Fast Racing. In 10th, World Communities Driver. In 11th, we've got Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. In 12th place, we got TSE Deconi Racing. In 13th place, we got Blue Shell LMP2s. GTM Racing in 14th, and heading out the LMP field is Pneumatic Motorsports Orange. In first place of the GT3s, we've got the Satellite Racing team with the VG Esports Academy in second. SR Technic CMS in third, with Topal Racing Team Mid-Pack in 19th. Hashtag Racing Team are winners out in Spa in fifth place. Sorry. In sixth place, we've got Sim HQ White. In seventh place, Team Break Fade. Eighth, we've got Team Kamikaze, hopefully not out on track. That would be it. Wow, okay, my timing towers just all changed. In 10th place, we got Sim Racing PR Red. 11th, Lone Star Endurance 1. 12th, SMS Racing. In 13th, Can-Am Racing 2. In 14th, Wild Juice Racecraft. 15th, Sim Republic. 16th, Sim Racer PR Blue. In 17th, we got Divine Wind. We'll certainly need some of that today, I think. Maybe not in the UK. In 18th place, we got Triple R Racing. In 19th, Penguin RC Complex Simworks team. And in 20th place, Doodle Motorsports. So that heads out the 36 car grid we have here today for this 3-hour endurance race around Phillip Island.
Speaking of SR Technic, we got a shout out from Nuno in the YouTube chat for rooting on his SR Technic boys. So hopefully they can gain some positions and get up there and do some good things.
Yeah, definitely. So you'll see a little bit of a gap, so we'll be entertained, hopefully, with the start of both the different classes. Obviously, you do normally see this in the split class race in the LMPs or any other class, normally about a 5-second gap. So like I mentioned at the start, there is a starting grid area for the front car. They don't go on the green light, they go within the first car of each class, and there's a starting area that the front runner will go in. And like we saw last week, it's quite important to start within that starting area, or we might see some penalties. And obviously, talking about penalties, we do have live stewards out on track for this whole event, and you may see it coming up across your screens with the penalty given. So that certainly spices up the races in there, that if anything does do something untoward, they could get penalised straight away. But there is obviously the after race penalties as well that are looked at if the stewards, which pretty much don't miss much, do manage to miss it. So we're just coming down there into turn number 9 through number 10, coming out onto 11. So we will be getting underway extremely shortly here. You can see the LMP2 cars are out in front. Bit of a sizable gap, which is good, between themselves and the GT3. So there's the safety car peeling off, and now it's all down to Antonio Rodriguez in the Obsidian Racing Future team to get this race underway. So just about to start off, 3 hours of Phillip Island coming down the start finish there, leaving it as late as possible at the moment. Trying to get the jump on the rest of the field is Antonio Rodriguez, and they are off. And they are flying down this start finish straight, going 2 and 3 wide, coming down here into turn 1 for the first time. The Satellite Racing team getting an exceptional start. They're getting in front of the Obsidian Racing Future team, who have dropped down to 3rd place here. I mean, you can just sort of see the speed with your expressions of "oh boy" on track. It's quite amazing how fast these cars can quickly get up to speed. They just fly off the start finish, but all relatively clean at the moment. Obsidian Racing Future managing to get up to 2nd place there, as we head over to Alex Gall, who's at the front of the GT3 class, just coming round here to start. In fact, have we started already? No, we haven't. Yes, we have. So they've actually started already as well. We missed the start of the GT3 race, but Alex managing to keep out in front with VG Racing Esports Academy still holding that 2nd place. The Tupai Racing team mid-pack getting up 1 place over the SR Technic CMS guys who are down into 4th race. But obviously the first lap of an extremely long 3-hour session here going on, but all the drivers getting around nice and cleanly there. Seeing an LMP2 car going extremely slow there. I wonder who that was in the background, but exceptionally so. So obviously a bit of an incident there in the LMP class, and that driver will probably be looking to come in to use its fast repair on this lap here. As you can see him in the background there. I'm not sure what's gone on there. I don't know if Lewis can give us a replay if he can find anything out, but I'm not seeing any real major incidents. But that's the first lap for the GT3 cars, and at the moment Alex Gall of Satellite Racing GT is heading out the field. The usual spot for him, and hopefully he did it right. But over to you, Adam, to watch this incident.
Yeah.
There's the first corner coming down here. Oh, extremely tightly compacted.
Oh.
Walker McNulty taking it extremely wide into the first corner, getting onto the kiddie litter, and you really don't want to be getting out off tracks on these LMP2 cars, because they will spit you out. And Unorthodox going up the middle of the track to try and get back onto the track there into turn 2. Yeah, it's a bit of an unorthodox line.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's what he meant to do. But you know, it's like you mentioned, there's a quick repair, but unfortunately, you don't want to use it this early. Not going into a 3-hour race. But can I just go back and talk about that start for like 5 seconds? I'm sitting here talking about, you know, these LMPs and how I'm not really used to it. Even in a virtual racing scenario, you could almost see the back end of those cars squat down as they got off the line. That was unbelievable how fast those things accelerated.
It certainly is, and you know, you get into the LMP1, which I've driven around, and it's pretty much driving, if you're in an LMP2 car with an LMP1 on track, it's pretty much like this, between the GT3s and the LMP2 cars. That's another different class up, but we won't go into the LMP1s. Obviously, we'll stick with the LMP2s and the GT3s, but the GT3s get extremely close on track. Nobody really able to get away at the moment. It's all still quite compact in the field. And Lewis, can you just put the track map up so we can see how close the LMP2s are to the back of this GT3? So you can sort of see there now the blues are the LMP2 cars and the reds are the GT3s, and already the LMP2s are not that far away from the back end of the GT3 cars. You see there car number 14 of the GT3s at the back of the field at the moment, and there's pretty much two corners between himself and the front runner, and you can sort of see them LMP2s, they're literally all in a long line all the way down to P16 at the moment. So you know, this is where the first action is really going to start, when these LMP2 cars start hitting the GT3s.
Did I say 10 laps when they'd be on the back of these GT3s? I'm sorry, viewers, I meant 5. This is amazing. And the racing, really, there was that one that we just saw, but extremely clean so far. Again, I know it's 3 hours, but I probably would have been off in the bushes somewhere, but probably in the ocean down there at this point. So good on those guys for keeping it as clean as they did through there. Doesn't really impressive racing so far. So far,
yeah. I mean, obviously the telling time is when we start getting into the mix of the LMP2s in between the GT3s. Certainly when they get up to the front pack of that GT3s, which is totally contested already on track with the LMPs. The GT3s. Never mind throwing in the vast array of LMPs that are going to come down and descend on them. So like I said, it's going to be important of where they hit them GT3 cars around this track, and that can really put paid to your lap times as well. You know, if you get a clean line in these LMP2 cars through the GT3 pack, and then your competitor behind you gets caught up behind a fighting pair of GT3 cars, you can make a mountain of time up in this race, and it's more prevalent with these shorter tracks, because you're going to be coming across the cars a lot more than you are on, like you were saying at the start, the longer tracks like Daytona and Spa and Le Mans. These smaller tracks are going to be a completely different mindset and ball game to these drivers than them long tracks. So it's going to be interesting to see how these LMPs and the teams deal with all the slow going. I say slower going than the LMP2s, because they're certainly no slouching cars to begin with. But we see here
there it is.
The investigation underway of car 21 and number 2, and that is, if I run down the timer, who are they? Number 2 is World Juice Racecraft, and 21 is Sim Racing PR Blue. So already an investigation that the stewards are looking at between an incident of them two cars.
Well, to kind of go back for a second, with these, again, with how short this track is, we keep going back to this. Well, here we go. Let's watch the replay first. We got Wild Deuce here in the number 2. Oh, well, tried to get it up the inside there. Didn't quite make it work, but they seem to be okay. They don't seem to have too much damage there. Just a bit of a unfortunate collision, but I think they can both get rolling and keep going. And I think that's again, you got a 3-hour race to make that back. So I wouldn't be worried about that one all too much if I was either one of those two drivers.
Yeah, and obviously that's the treacherous turn number 2, you know, car trying to get up the inside, trying to force its way through, and unfortunately the car's coming together. And it wasn't just them. Obviously we saw a car in the background spin around as well, but this is what I'm on about now, is the LMP2's now swamping all around a GT3 car. And, you know, when you're in that GT3 car, the much slower car, it gets a bit daunting when you're trying to figure out how to get around, and you're literally just getting swarmed by a vast array of LMP2 cars. I mean, it's one of them scary moments out on track when you're driving that slower car, thinking, what these drivers behind me are going to do. I've got to try to anticipate it, and that's where you literally got to have eyes in the back of your head as we see them here just diving at the inside. The car there, 92, flashing its headlights furiously, the hashtag racing 92 car, just to let the GT3 cars know
that was a bit of nice little overtake there. Whoever was in that GT3 looks like he let those LMPs go by and just followed him right on through there. Said thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, we're all looking at these LMPs, right? Thinking that, man, these LMPs are quick and these GT3s need to get out of the way, let these LMPs race. You guys got to think that, ooh, got an off track there, it looked like. Everything seemed to be okay, but these GT3s are racing as well. So, I mean, they're racing for their own championship.
Definitely. There's you watch car 157 there get in. Oh, that's one of the other things is the cars coming past you give you that dirty air, and you could find that you're going a lot quicker than you normally will with that side draft that would be going on with them LMP2 cars. And we saw there the car there just sliding out onto the grass on the outside. Luckily managing to keep it going, but yeah, these LMP2 cars now well and truly embedded in the GT3 class, and you could just sort of see the GT3 cars just say, okay, I'll move out the way. I'm going to move out the way for you. But you'll probably find the odd GT3 car saying, no, I'm racing my own race. You get around me when you can. I'm not going to move out the way. But at the moment, obviously, just a quick rundown of the GT3 class. You've got Alan Gal in the Satellite Racing GT car team out in front at the moment. The Toolpack Racing team mid-pack in second place, and in third place we just had Pneumatic Motorsport Blue as just shot up. Oh no, that's the LMP2 car that was trying to get on the back, so Simon Tower just misleading me a little bit there. But the SR Technic CMS guys are currently in fourth place, still only one place down from where they started, but the Toolpack Racing mid-pack team up 2 and the hashtag Racing team up 2 as well. So it's all interesting at the front. And then at the front of the LMPs, we've got the Satellite Racing LMP2 cars at the front with Obsidian Future in second place. Obviously, our pole setter for this race with hashtag Racing 92 in third. So we've got all the main protagonists at the top of the field at the moment. And probably through this race, and what we're trying to do at the top of the hour is give you a rundown of each of the classes, because it's going to be extremely hard at this point of the race to try and figure out where people are on track, because they're just going to be all mixed into the track and all over the place. But we will try and endeavour on the hour to give you a rundown of every single car in every single class.
Yeah, it's like you said, there's cars everywhere, and welcome to the next 2 hours and about 45 minutes of this race. There are just going to be cars all over the track, so stay with us. We'll try to keep you updated the best we can, but there's going to be things changing probably quite a bit here. But you know, so far, that's what I was going to mention. So watching some of these GT3s and these LMPs get around, you have to think that it's kind of a very uncoordinated dance, because if you're in a GT3 and an LMP, you don't want to lose time in the LMP, and you don't want to lose time in the GT3 letting the LMP around. So you have to think that these guys are probably thinking of where they're going to overtake each other way before it actually happens, so you don't lose time down this front stretch. But we've got a pass for first place here. He's going to get it down the inside, it looks like. He is. Very nicely done, but down that stretch is probably the best, and maybe in the corners not so much. But obviously you can't always get what you want when it comes to stuff like that. But there is a battle up here for the top three.
Yeah, certainly is a great move there, but now you've got the front runners of the LMP2s that have just caught up with the front pack of this GT3 that may put a little bit of spanner in the works. So we'll see if these LMP2 cars can get around these front running GT3. But a great pass there we saw from the hashtag Racing team to take over first place of this race. You know, that's the only opportunity you're going to get, like you were saying, Adam, and is that start finish straight where you get a bit, you see the LMPs just trying to feed it through on the inside, on the outside of these GT3, and you'll be seeing a lot of that today. You know, hopefully it all goes well, but that's where you're going to get the slight issues of the GT3s and LMPs making slight little bit of contact together, and that's really what throws off a lot of this mixed class racing. Is that, you know, if it's the same class on track, you can literally just go your lines. You know you're not going to get overtaken like a rocket. It's all going to be extremely go, as we see a penalty being issued out there to car number 21 for contact with car number 2 for avoidable contact in the orange zone. So there's a stop-go penalty for car number 21, who is, where's car number 21? Look me in the top. Oh, there it is. It's Sim Racing PR Blue. So unfortunately, Alex Rivera, the American, is going to be going through the pit stop. I'm looking down the flags that we have got, and it seems to be a large showing from the American cohort. So great that we've got an American in the commentary booth today, Adam.
Well, thank you. I'm flattered. But you guys over there on that side of the ocean aren't so bad either. So don't worry about it. But no, it's always good to see some Americans up there. You don't think of, unfortunately, when you think of America, you think of NASCAR, right? Go fast, turn left. But you know, some of us actually like to drive road courses, believe it or not. So it's awesome to see how well these guys are doing. I mean, well, we did. Looks like timing tower is getting a little crazy on me here, but it looks like we did have an LMP driver up there for a minute, but the American, yeah, yes, Paul Darling, it looks like. So yeah, he's doing really well.
Yeah, and they're certainly one of the teams to watch in this LMP2 class. Like I said, out in Spa, had a bit of an issue, got into an incident into the first 3 laps, so and was well at the front of the grid in that Spa race. Put him down the field, had a bit of repair time on a second incident he had, so was always trying to fight back, but certainly made it an entertaining race. And taking up where he left off in Daytona is at the front of this race. Only 0.7 of a second over the Obsidian Racing future teams behind him, but currently on board with Darren Brendan on the SimHQ white team, although his car is blue. So yeah, just a bit confusing there. Is Darren Brennan there in 6th place, a little bit out on his own the middle. So the GT3 field actually starting to split up a little bit. The top 3 of the GT3 field very closely together, but then there are little pockets of gaps starting to form in the GT3, and it's probably due to these LMP2 cars just coming down, which really puts pay to them. So we'll start seeing the GT3 classes spread out a little bit more. We can already see on the track map in the top right hand corner, these LMP2 cars are literally just all over the track at the moment. I don't think there's a big, I mean the biggest clump is from 4th down to 14th, but then you've got the back markers of the LMP2s there from 17, 18 and 19th that are just coming up onto the back of the front end of the GT3 cars. So yeah, it's going to be such an interesting race, and I think it's, you know, as much as it's down to the racing, it's all about traffic management as well. Of if you can keep the racing good, and it's going to maximise your places if you can keep it clean for 3 hours around this track, and that'll be some going as well.
That's the biggest thing. It's, you know, in these endurance races, speed is obviously good, but it doesn't always win the race. You've got to be consistent, and being consistent for 3 hours around a track that will not allow you to take a breath other than the exit of 12 and into 1, that's hard. So it's like you mentioned before, the teams are a huge factor in this, just keeping the drivers you know, engaged on what they're doing, on driving around the track. They're going to run a lot of laps, but they have got to stay engaged and aware of what's going on around them. And you cannot take a breath. I mean, imagine driving around in just one class for 3 hours. You've got 2 classes on track right now, so that just throws a whole nother wrench, I'll say spanner for you guys over there, into the mix, because it's just, I mean, there's just stuff going on all over the track all the time. You're trying to, it's a mental overload.
It certainly is, and with the big difference in speed as well. I mean, that just throws another element into this race. So these drivers certainly could be on their wits. And talking about the team can have up to 6 drivers registered for their team, as we see another drive-through penalty for car number 7 there. I'm not sure what that one was for, but obviously has a penalty, and that is for World Community Drivers, currently driven by Omar Abad. Was in 8th place, will obviously go down the orders with a drive-through. But yeah, back to the teams. They can have up to 6 drivers registered for the team, but in any one of the sessions they can only have 3 drivers maximum to drive in these events, all the way down to 2. Can have 2 if you want, but normally you find 3 drivers in these races. So can have 6 down to 3, but them other 3 members of the team will, like you said, Adam, play an important part in just spotting out on track of where the incidents are happening, what's happening around, and just feeding the information to the drivers. And
wow,
like we're seeing, yeah, you know, Can-Am Racing's been there, driven by Brian, literally going onto the outside and sticking on the outside because he had 3 LMP cars just barreling down on him there, and that was a great illustration from Lewis from the back of Brian's car, just to show the closing speed of these LMP cars.
I mean, we were talking and I looked away for half a second and I saw an LMP back there way in the distance. I come back and he's blowing his doors off down the inside. So great awareness by both the GT3 and all 3 LMP cars to get through there without an issue, especially on corner entry. That is a very scary, speaking of scary, got LMPs and GT3s duking it out like you mentioned. So we've got people racing here. The GT3 guys are like, whoa, hey, I've got a race too, and you've got an LMP stuck behind him.
I mean, this is a perfect illustration here. You got 2 GT3's car fighting it out, and you got Paul Hale there on SimHQ Motorsport Orange, trying to find a way past him, and then you have the car in front of him. Not sure who that was. Who's that coming from? I can't quite get his number. Literally, car number 67, Paul Donlan Satellite Racing LMP2, literally just got past him because he found that line that he could take between the GT3s. So where you saw the SimHQ Motorsports Orange team, Paul Hale at the moment at the driving seat of that, just getting caught up between them GT3s, the Satellite Racing LMP2 car just came up the back, find that little gap and got past nice and smoothly. So that's what we're on about, is just figuring out how best to get around this field and get around. They're almost like rolling chicanes of these GT3 cars to the LMPs.
Yeah, unfortunately, and you know, when it comes to this, I promise you, we're not talking crap. I mean, it is a rolling. When I think of rolling chicanes, I think of being in the bottom split and watching guys that seem to be playing on a controller sometimes, trying to drive around the track. But you know, these GT3 drivers are no slouches, but it's just the difference in speed that we're going to talk about for the next 2.5 hours. It is just unbelievable to me, and I still was talking about it, but now that I'm seeing it, it is massive.
Yeah, so I'd recommend you, I don't know if you have the LMP2 car available, but you can, I'd suggest having a go just to see the difference in speed between these 2 cars. We're currently on board with Jesse Atkins there, car number 20, and he has got, you can see a live shot of him driving around this track, looking very cool, calm and collect, with the deathly death stare going on with his screen, just trying to concentrate. At the moment is the Doodle Motorsport driver there, Jesse Atkins, best of a 129.5. Obviously you can see their lap times are going to yo-yo all the time, with certainly if they're caught up in that mid-race battle. I mean, it's just amazing that we've got, like you say, 35 drivers on what is a 1:16 for the fast cars and a 1:27 for the GT3 cars. And we still got 35 cars just driving around, being very amicable at the moment, I would say.
Yep, I would probably say, if I'm a betting man, that for the next 2.5 hours, maybe not. For the next 2 hours and 15 minutes, it's probably going to be like this, but I don't know how many of you guys got to watch the Daytona 24 last month, but the GT3s came together in the last corner, almost the last corner of the last lap. So the racing will get better, or not better, but tougher for sure at the end. I think all these guys are just trying to save their vehicles at this point. We got an incident review for number 7, number 69 up there on the top of your screen, but you know, just try to keep the car clean, get your feet underneath you, just get consistent, get set in, and just run your race at this point.
Yeah, that's the World Community Drivers being investigated again for another incident there with the other driver. I'm just trying to find car 69, and well, that is We Too Fast Racing. So they're certainly mixing it up at the moment. Is the World Community Drivers obviously lost? They were in 8th place, down to 13th place with the last drive-through. We may be getting another one. These stewards are going to be certainly employed and earning their dues, however may that be, for thingy. But you can see there, drive-through penalty for car number 7 for avoidable contact on car number 69. So World Community Drivers are going to be intimate at the moment with that pit stop, with the amount of drive-throughs. There's 2 so far in only 24 minutes of racing. So there's Omar Abad is not doing the best of jobs to try and keep it clean in the moment. So his team
looks pretty clean at least.
Yeah, the car's clean.
Yeah, for what it is, but you know, that's not what you want in a 3-hour race. A few drive-throughs put you back. Now you're aggravated. Now you're driving mad, trying to drive faster, and this is where you've really just got to settle back down, settle in, get back in your rhythm. You still have 2.5 hours. Anything can happen in these races. Just get back into it and put the foot back down is what I'd say, and just do what you can and get back up there and try not to let this affect you too much.
Well, that's one of the beauty things about endurance racing, isn't it? You know, your race is not over if you have a disastrous start. You've got time to get back, and anything can happen in an endurance race. Like you were saying, I think I was commentating on one recently where the front runner was about 2 minutes ahead of the rest of the field in Spa, had one incident with a GT3 car, and literally that put pay to his race, and all of a sudden it was game on again for car number 2 and 3, who are closely following behind. So it's never over till it's over. And certainly around a track like this, it's not your wide open spaces like Spa and Daytona. It's a tightly packed track with lots of tight turns that can cause a lot of potential issues between the 2 different classes, as well as in class as well. So, you know, it's certainly not a given race up until the checkered flag. So like you said, just get back in your groove again, just get your back in. As you see Obad there, just literally getting onto the back of the 767 car there on the GT3s, extremely close. Omar is certainly pushing that LMP at the moment to its limit, but currently on board with Nick Cunnan there in 12th of the Blue Shell Racing LMP2 team. 53 seconds off the lead. Currently it has a TSE Deconi Racing team only 2 seconds ahead of him out on track, and the GITM Racing not that far. So these 3 cars currently quite close together, and then there's a little bit of a gap to We Too Fast Racing in 9th place, 3 seconds in front of the GITM Racing team. But what is interesting is the GT3. I'm just looking at that top of the GT3 standing, the Tupai Racing team there, mid-pack, pulling out a 3.94 second gap over Alex Gall at the moment of Satellite Racing GT. And that's what I was saying with possibly with these GT LMP cars, is that if they mix you up and push you offline for your normal racing line, this is where you can start bridging the gaps between yourself and the team. So at the moment, the Dubai Racing team mid-pack there in first place in the GT3, managing the traffic. What seems to be that they're managing the traffic very well as a team, and able to not lose too much time with these LMP2 cars overtaking them.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and I'm not saying that luck has gone their way, just depending on where these LMPs catch up, but You never know.
Oh, that's hashtag racing just spinning around there, turn number 12, getting it slightly wrong. So let's have a replay here, Lewis, on there, right on the back of the Satellite Racing GT team. Just probably gives it a little bit too much coming around here. Let's watch on screen. He got out onto the kill. Oh, just got wide. Tell you what, I was lucky that LMP2 car wasn't closer behind, or else that could have involved him. Luckily on this track there are huge runoff areas, so as you see on screen, the damage to his car is very little, just a little dent to his pride there, and obviously position lost. So he rejoins the race currently from P3 down to P11. So,
so what is, Andy? If you don't, if you would know. There's obviously dirty air, even in vehicles like this. Looks like we had another off there, maybe?
That was who was that? It was a Ferrari there in the background. Seeing a little bit of the barrier. So it's Leonard Berg there, car number 71 of Triple R Racing. Let's see what happens to him. Just get it wrong himself.
Yeah, just overcooks it, getting in there. Oh, oof. That's
okay.
Well, unfortunate, but depending on if the quick repair has been used or not, get in there and get that thing fixed up and get back at it. But no, anyways, the dirty air for these cars, you mentioned it a little earlier. There must be quite a bit from what it's looking like, because when these cars are getting close, that's when things start happening. It doesn't really look like they're making any contact.
No, definitely not. I mean, that's one of the things with this race. I mean, we're all used to racing. Have we got another replay here? It looks like we have. So Alex Gall in second place, pushed slightly wide by the LMP car in front of him. Is he coming down into turn number 4? Yeah, I think this is turn number.
Oh, okay. So we're live.
We're live now.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Our producer's telling we're live, and there's that many replay screens going on with all the action we get out. So I just don't know if it's a replay or not. But Alex Gall there currently in second place, 3.6 seconds behind the current leader of the GT3 two-pack racing team, mid-pack there in front, and doing an exceptional job in a wonderfully looking car, the McLaren, only McLaren out on track. So always great to see them. Plenty of Lamborghinis, a couple of Porsches, BMWs. We don't ever see the Ford, which is a bit unfortunate. The Ford GT3 car. I think it's one of the ones that have died a death on iRacing. I think I've seen it once in my GT3 racing.
Yeah, I believe it is unfortunate. I think they just stopped updating it, didn't they? And it just kind of started falling further and further back. But oh no.
LMP there, who was that? It's car number 7.
That's
well, community drivers again, down the start-finish straight, hitting into the back of SR Technics. Lucky not to. In fact, it wasn't the SR Technics.
Well, we got a traffic jam now.
Car number 2. Looking car number 2, the Wild Juice Racecraft team there, getting a slight little bump draft. I think, he's not an American. The Omar Al-Bahad just getting a bump draft on the start finish there, and I don't think he was expecting that, but yeah, certainly a big gaggle of cars in front. A big hit there. Oh no, that was an incident there with an LMP car. It sort of like hit the front of the Audi driver of the Penguin RC Simworks coming around the corner. Literally,
just got a little tight.
Yeah, he tried to cut the corner off, and unfortunately, the Penguin RC Complex Simworks, driven by Christian S. Ost, is looking at trying to get out of the kiddie litter, back on track. And that's the other thing, you come off the track on here because it's so densely populated. Is trying to get back onto track in a safe manner. You probably lose more places than actually getting hit off.
Yeah, I think you're already mad that you're off the track, and then now, hopefully, you're waiting to come back on, and you're just watching your time drop and just further and further and further back. But Great job on his part for getting back onto the track cleanly. Got another replay here, it looks like.
Hashtag Racing 92 team.
Oh!
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 Lots of O's and R's there, but oh no. Ooh,
Well,
still
looks
carrying
like
on.
one of the LMPs, whoever the pink car was, just benefited on that. Went and said, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and get on by here. But speaking of that, McLaren, he was kind of caught up in all that as well. So great avoidance, I would say, for staying out of the way the best he could there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the problem when you're this tightly close racing. If there's an incident in front of you, you know, around this track, there's really only one fast line. You can sort of see it carved out on the track, the darker line as they go round, where all the drivers are using that one line around this track, you know. And if one driver coming around the corner has an incident in front of you, it's extremely hard to try and avoid getting out of the way. And unfortunately we saw an incident in front, and then we saw another LMP just get caught up behind, which not always good there from the hashtag Racing 92 car, who was at the front of this field at the start of the race and is now currently down in 10th place. Sorry, I'm looking at the GT3s there. They are second, so that was the second place, still managing to keep it there, but I'd imagine if we looked at the front of his car, he might have a little bit of damage on the front. Like I said, these cars are not the greatest at being able to use as bumper cars, so any sort of damage looks okay.
Been maybe a bit of the dreaded word. Could have caused some of that. You never know. Sometimes the way that the iRacing interprets likes to think you're going to get in a crash, and sometimes you actually don't make contact. So maybe that was a little bit of that, but I don't know. Seems to be all right. Actually, going into the pits though.
Definitely. I mean, what's it? Yeah. So this is around about the time that the LMP2 cars will be coming in for their first round of pit stops. Normally 35 to 40 minutes. I'm not sure what the usage of fuel would be around here. It would still manage to be quite a lot because you're going down to low gears and then accelerating out at the moment. But currently on board with the second place driver, the Satellite Racing LMP2 car, currently driven by Paul Darling, number 67 in second place in the LMP, 8 seconds behind RD Sim Sports, who sort of crept up there, up 3 places from where they started, and we didn't see the overtaking moves on a Satellite Racing LMP2 car, but currently pulling out a sizable gap of 8 seconds over the Satellite Racing LMP2 car in second. So they've done an exceptional job to sneak under the radar.
You know, I seem to remember a brighter pink car threading the needle before around that incident that we saw earlier. So that was probably a bit of a sweat moment for him to get through there, but all good. Keep driving.
And I'm going to replay out on track, but my is going a bit mental, the picture I'm seeing, so I'm not sure what we watched there. I don't know if you caught that, Adam.
Mine was doing the exact same thing, unfortunately, but seems to be working okay now. Sometimes it'll do that. Apologize, guys, for not being able to catch that.
So we got James Holland there in the pits. We got Obsidian Racing Future just coming in the pits as well as the Sim HQ Orange in the pits. We also have Pneumatic Motorsport Blue and the World Community drivers, who are very adverse, says Omar, to that pit lane already. So should be extremely quick through there. But yeah, we'll start seeing all the LMP cars coming in for their first pit stop. So although they're very fast, their fuel tanks are not exceptionally large. You can sort of see there the pit lengths. 28 laps, 27 laps is round about a stint on a fuel tank in these LMP2 cars. So, you know, not only have the GT3 cars got to deal with the fact that they've just been passed in the constant stream of the LMP2 cars, they've literally just get passed by the LMP2 cars, then the cars go into the pits and then they do it again. So it's like a yo-yo effect, and they probably just feel these GT3 cars, it's just a never-ending stream of LMP2 cars out on track. Considering there's only 15 of them, they probably think there's more like 100 of them because they're just constantly dodging them all the time.
I think they probably feel like they're seeing double at this point. They just, like you mentioned, that constant stream. But, you know, watching this race, I think I'd rather be in an LMP car because at least I'm the one doing the passing and not worried about getting passed all the time. But it's a lot. They seem to be doing pretty good of staying out of the way. And like you mentioned, those top two Pi Racing Team and Satellite Racing seem to be doing the best at the moment, but that battle is still about 3 seconds, and then they seem to have gapped the rest of the field down there in the GT3 section. But looking at Omar now for World Community Drivers after all of his issues that he had earlier, seems to be doing okay now, getting back on there and just kind of making his moves.
Yeah, it just shows you. Just obviously, he's had 2 drive-through penalties as Omar was up in 8th place, and those 2 slight little incidents have put him down to P15th and currently a lap behind the leader of the LMP2 class. So certainly a lot of ground for Omar to try and make up from the World Community Drivers team there in 15th at the moment. But yeah, even though you're in the 15th for the LMP2 class, you always kept on your toes and always got cars to overtake with these GT3 classes. It's more if you're at the back of the GT3 class, it just feels like an endless stream of cars just going past you all the time. So, yeah.
I'm sure these guys know what position they're in, but if I didn't have someone in my ear telling me what position I was in, I wouldn't know, because I'm at this point, if I'm driving any one of these cars, I am so focused on what's going on around me. You could probably tell me my house is on fire and I wouldn't know. So yeah, they're definitely probably more focused on the track than they are in their position. I'm sure they probably know kind of close to where they are, but it's definitely, like you said, that constant stream. It's tough to keep track of, tough to follow, but everybody seems to be doing pretty well so far.
Obviously, our viewers don't have that issue as we try to give them all the action. They also have the timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen to tell them where their team is currently at. And that's always one of the interesting things actually going. I've never actually been to a live endurance race, but I've been to an F1 race, and literally halfway around the race, I didn't know where people were because there was no big screens anywhere that I could see telling us where the positions were and stuff like that. And imagine like for the 24-hour events, you know, like Le Mans or whatever, if you're out on the outskirts of the track to just try to get a good position, and you didn't have some sort of radio or telecommunications to be able to say where you're at, it would just look like a big constant stream of cars going past you. You'd easily lose who's where in what race.
Yeah, no, it's you mentioned the F1 thing. I've been to one as well, and yeah, especially when you start getting into the lap cars, you kind of lose track of where everybody is. But you know, that's a great thing about television, right? It's always there's always technology that can show you where everybody is. But you know, for those, like I mentioned, that first 2.5 hours, I guess it matters, but I don't think it really matters that much as long as we know where everybody is towards the end. And that's where I think everybody really starts to get very keen on their position, because that's when things actually start to matter a lot more. So these guys still trying to look like they're trying to keep it pretty clean. I don't see very many aggressive moves at this point, but as we start getting further on into that race, guys, I promise you it'll probably start happening.
We just saw there the Imperial Motorsports shaking hashtag racing 92 second and third in the LMP2 class, literally getting sandwiched in between, or Alex Gow getting sandwiched in between them, coming around the second corner. The Satellite Racing GT driver having just them 2 LMPs just coming on, one on the inside and one on the outside. I thought, that's a bit tight, but managed to get past the apex so Alex could take his normal racing line on the outside. But it's like you said, Adam, and we keep saying, you've literally got to have eyes in the back of your head to see what's coming up to you, because you could think, yeah, okay, I've got 2 or 3 seconds gap on these LMPs, but that could be easily chewed up down this start-finish straight. So before you know it, going into turn number 1, you got the LMPs just right on you. So the speed difference between the two classes is quite a lot, and easily make up 3 seconds going down that start-finish straight.
Yeah, speaking of 3 seconds, it seems like these battles kind of have first place in both classes have gapped by almost 4. Well, 4 now for the GT3 and the 2 iRacing team up there, and 4.5, 4.6. But yeah, no, these guys in first place in both of these classes are enjoying life right now, just running out there, running around in their own race. But you start getting further back into this field, there are still some pretty close battles that these guys aren't trying to get rid of, and we'll this is when it. Got to drive through for the 00. The 00, who is that? Take a look at the time.
Blue Shell Racing LMP2.
Oh, well, unfortunately, warning to the 69 for an unsafe rejoin as well. We were talking about that. It's difficult to get punted off, but then you got to come back on, and that's the issue here. So this is Nick Kuhn of the Blue Shell Racing team.
What's going on with our replays here? It's not showing them. I don't know if it's showing on yours, Adam, or if you've had a slight issue.
Yep, same thing here. I apologize again, but
yeah. We do have this sometime in iRacing that when we go to the replays, it just doesn't show what our broadcaster is showing. One of the good glitches of iRacing. We all come to love and hate about this sim platform, but overall, I mean, it just provides brilliant racing. I mean, to go in from, I don't know if you watched the VRS Community Cup yesterday that was broadcasted here on Apex. It started off with a Mazda, went to the GT3s, and then went to the Oval. So it was a full 6-hour day of just pure action out on track. And then obviously we come today with the GT3s and the LMPs. It's just such a vast array of cars that you can choose from and drive within the iRacing platform. It pretty much caters for every single tape, like you were saying before, with dirt oval, you got trucks in there. It's pretty much everything you can think of. You got WRC cars, and pretty much, yeah, you got every form of motor racing. Apart from motorcycles, you don't have 2 wheels on here, unfortunately, which may be good. But it's always good as well to look at what the future holds. And I don't know what your thoughts are, Adam, on whenever iRacing are going to bring out their rain facility onto iRacing, which we'll certainly throw up as we watch Kevin Ayers there, 13th, the GT. Is that GTTM? Is it? I think that's a T, or is that I? No, GITM racing there in 13th place. Like just getting it slightly a little bit wrong, going a little bit wide. I mean, that's one of the things with the LMP.
Do it.
Oh,
little kiss, and then he tries to ram into it just for good measure.
Yeah, you did mention that line though. That's getting offline there as this race goes on. Marbles are a thing in this game. Just that discarded rubber where the drivers aren't driving. It's just kind of throwing all that rubber off the racing line and out onto the outsides of these corners. And it looks like he just kind of got up into there and the car just said, I'm just going to go straight now. Unfortunate for him, but doesn't look like he's got too much damage. Seemed to keep going okay. But yeah, back to your previous question about the rain. I am cautiously optimistic, I think I could say, about that. I know there are some other, I'm not even going to call them issues, because this is by far, in my opinion, one of the best racing sims I think you could ever get. It's obviously got its problems, but just like anything else does, I just hope that it doesn't cause, more problems, loading times, load screens, disconnections, net code, all that stuff. I think that's going to be my biggest worry. But iRacing has an amazing team of guys of people that make this happen. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. And speaking of an amazing team, you mentioned that VRS broadcast yesterday. That so cool for Apex, broadcasted from their facility over there, and across the ocean from me, but just an amazing thing to see. And big shout out to all the guys involved in that in Apex to make that happen. And I know you guys all put in a lot of work, so it was awesome to see it all come to fruition yesterday.
It was a good day, but today, as they say, is a new day, and we are heavily concentrating on there. We saw a bit of action between the Team Kamikaze and come off at the end there. Team Kamikaze just getting a little bit. I thought they were pushing it quite hard. We were watching there with the Crushers and Can-Am Racing in 6th, and the Kamikaze team were just in front of them, a lap down from the guys, but they were getting extremely squirrely coming out of turn number 2, and we'll watch here what happens as we've got Rodriguez coming down
on the brakes.
Literally just loses it, really.
That may have been a bit of a brake bias, maybe adjustment, maybe a bit of a mistake there, because I know when I'm going into and out of the pits, I don't know how when their last pit was, but normally when I'm getting into the pits, I will adjust the brake bias just to be able to get on the brakes and get it slowed down a little quicker. So maybe just a bit of a brake bias adjustment mistake, but just a slight spin. No big deal. Still doing okay. On board here with Flavio Saturnino. I apologize, with #racing. Running his own race, about 29 seconds off the class here, but you know, it's still plenty of racing left, and that's not a bad place to be. Looks like he's kind of in no man's land, which, let me tell you, right now is a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously down 2 places from where he started, and this was a car that won out in Spa. Obviously from a bit of unfortunate driving around him, but I won't take that away from him. Had an excellent, clean race throughout the whole, and won in good fashion. Obviously, like I said, they missed the first round at Daytona, but both the teams, and it seems to be a feature here that the teams currently Satellite Racing and obviously the # win both the LMP and the GT3 class, but we certainly don't have that here at the moment with RD Sim Sports heading out the LMP2, and you got the 2-pack Racing Team mid-pack winning at the moment in the GT3, but you do have the Satellite Racing team in 2nd in the GT3, driven by Alex Gal. Done an exceptional job in Spa. Obviously caused a few of the issues, or was in the driving seat for the issues, but overall had an excellent stint and went extremely deep. I believe he did about 2 stints, about 2 hours of that 3-hour race, did Alex, just to probably try and put the car back up, because he's an extremely fast driver. But we can see on screen now we've got the # racing team there in 7th place, a little bit out on its own. We've got the VG Racing Esports Academy behind him, down 6 places from where they start, but there's no real massive gainers in this field. I think the biggest one in the LMP is car number 14th, the Pneumatic Motorsport Purple team, up 4 places, and in the GT it seems to be the same. 4 is the highest place, which is the Can-Am Racing team, car number 28. So 4 seems to be the magic number of places being made at the moment. But one team that is doing quite well at the moment is the Imperial Motorsports Shaker team, car number 26 in the LMP2 class. They've jumped up 4 places to be 2nd at the moment in this field.
Yeah, I think the pit stops seem to have shaken things up a little bit. They must have gotten in and out extremely well, and great strategy, and they are flying right now. Well, I hope they're not actually flying. That'd be pretty bad, but they are moving around this track, doing a great job, keeping tabs on RD SimSport up there in 1st place. And I think like I mentioned a little earlier, it's kind of in their own world right now, which, if you're not racing anybody, it's a good day, especially with about 2 hours left in this race. And yeah, you mentioned I've been a part of a few endurance series here on iRacing, and let me tell you, staring at a screen for more than 2 hours, and that's tough. So that is a big feat to be able to get in the car and drive it hard, for 2 hours and not make any mistakes. And and get that thing back up there to a position where you want it. So that is a lot easier said than done, guys, I promise.
Well, the other thing as well is obviously if you're in that car, in normal races you're just a part of a solo team. You're just yourself. So whatever mistakes you make out on track, it's all down to yourself and everything like that. But being these endurance races, which is one of the things I really do be, is you're part of a bigger entity as such, because you've got all the other drivers around you that you're really trying to do it for. So it's becomes a great team bonding session, really.
Well, you hope it's team bonding, depending on how many mistakes are made.
Yeah, but even mistakes are made. I mean, I can remember my last one. I was trying to do the 24-hour Le Mans. I was second driver in. First driver did 2 stints, 2 hours worth of driving. I got in the seat. I mean, down the Mulsanne straight, the first chicane, and my steering wheel decided it wasn't going to play, and I couldn't steer away from the wall and literally just smashed into it headlong, and pretty much put us out of the race. And you feel really bad because you're obviously part of the team, and but the rest of the team just rallied around and said, "Look, Andy, it happens. It wasn't that you smashed the wall on purpose or anything like that. These things happen in iRacing, and I'm pretty sure that these teams will be feeling the same as well, because there's a lot of pressure on the drivers out. Certainly when you're in a league event, as we watch. Yeah.
Ooh, this is a battle. I didn't see this one coming here. We got hashtag racing and satellite racing up here battling for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
This is a great little scrap they've got going on right now, but I think that GT3 car definitely had a little bit to play on that overtake there for hashtag, and all loses a position for now, but I don't think he's giving this one up too easily.
First two, obviously the first 2 race winners in Daytona and Spa here battling out in Phillip Island. At the moment, 3rd and 4th, a little bit behind 1st and 2nd at the moment, but as we were saying, still an extremely long way to go in this race, another 2 hours and 5 minutes. So getting ever closer to the first hour done on the race, and Adam's just flown by with the amount of action that we have, and it was to be expected. He just dives down the inside, squeezing out that GT3 car in the outside lane. And who was that in that GT3 behind? I think it was our leader. Was it our leader? It might well have been.
I think it was, yes.
Yeah, it's the multicolored car. I do like his livery. Do you ever see them optical illusion things on like Facebook and other social media platforms? And you look at it and it becomes something else. And I think that's what the paint design that they've gone to try and confuse these LMP2 drivers to go on the outside of them. It's psychedelic, and it seems to be.
It doesn't seem like it worked right there. I think I'm sure they're hoping it worked a little better than it did, but they got through there unscathed. And man, these GT3s, like you mentioned, have caused this mid-pack just to pack right back up. And now we've got a 3-way battle there for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Definitely extremely close out on track at the moment. There is the top of that thingy, and we also have a penalty here, a stern warning for car 147 for unavoidable contact. I'm going to say that's what AC is, not air conditioning, with car number 4. So that's obviously just letting that car 147 to watch its driving style, or otherwise it will be penalised. So probably a little bit too aggressive there on the car that was involved with him. So the stewards ever present in this race, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be more involved in this race than they were in the first 2 opening rounds of this championship.
Yeah, I'm sure they're definitely not regretting their decisions to be stewards here, because I wouldn't. This is an amazing event to be a part of. And speaking of stewarding, there's a bit of an off track there where there's cars going all over the place again, and man, this is dicing in and out left and right. But yeah, no, the stewarding aspect of this race is, if they thought they were going to be able to sip their coffee this morning and just watch some cars drive around a track for 3 hours, they were extremely mistaken. But this is a great battling we're seeing, even for 2 hours left in the race. There's some pretty close battles here on track.
Yeah, it definitely is, and you know, you're going to have this in such a small track. You know, these cars are just rocketing the laps off. You're probably going to be looking at about 150 plus laps in 3 hours around here in these LMP cars. So you're certainly going to be making a few overtakes on that. So it's a lot more concentration on these smaller laps than it is on the longer ones, where you can find yourself in a little bit of daydreaming space, I suppose, at the end of the day. But certainly on these shorter tracks, you literally can't have a momentary lapse of concentration, otherwise it will bite you.
It absolutely will, but yeah, they're doing what they're able to do, and you know, just trying to stay back out there on track. But anyways, we've got June Martinez here in the Sim Racing PR Red here in 14th place in the GT3s, trying to stay out of the way the best he can, holding his line, which he seems to be doing an okay job, letting all three of those LMPs go by, running his own race, doing the best he can. But you know, we are about to turn. We're at 59 minutes at this moment, about to turn an hour, and they're still out here driving around. It doesn't look like there's been much of any gaps closing up here for between first and second. Intervals still seem to be about the same. Yeah, thanks for bringing up that pit strategy here. It looks like these LMPs, these GT3s, I apologize, are going to start coming in for their first pit an hour into this race. That's amazing. But get ready to see on your timing tower. You're going to see a lot of things shaking up here. Just let it work its magic. As of right now, we got Satellite Racing back up there in first place for now in the McLaren. But we're still getting through all these pit stops. Ooh. That LMP's getting a little, whoa!
Oh, extremely wide there, taking it in. So that's one of the things when we're talking about strategies and overtaking strategies, that was completely wrong. You can see the gap there between the LMP2 and the GTE, and the closing speed that LMP gets spooked a little bit by Alex Gala in that GT3 car, and just loses it out. And once you start going out wide in these cars, it's easily done. But whilst we have the around the pit stop, we do have a driver in our interview area from Divine Wind, Brad Hill, who will bring into the comms box to just see how the race is going from his perspective. Welcome, Brad, to the commentary booth. Tell us how it's going for you.
Pretty fantastic so far. So this team is a development team that's wanted to get into competitive GT3 racing for a while. This is their first time actually getting into a series and orchestrating a whole thing.
Well, yeah. So I mean, how'd you get into it? Obviously, you're part of the Divine Wind, and you mentioned you're also like a joint team with the Kamikaze Racing in the GT3. How did that come about, and you know, what is the makeup of your team, and where do you want to take it?
So what's really funny is I was competing in a MX5 league years ago, and there was a gentleman named Harry Grindell that was in that same league. We raced for a while. We were very close, and eventually I left to go pursue other endeavors. Kamikaze went ahead and recruited me when I was doing street racing stuff in like Assetto Corsa and Forza Horizon. And when I go in there, I see Harry's there, and I'm like, "Oh, hey, buddy, what's up?" It just kind of went from there. So for what the actual team organizer is planning to do is we're going from street racing stuff like Assetto Corsa, and we're actually going into a more competitive grand scheme with drivers that are from various cuts of cloth that excel at different things. Like, for example, I'm a rally driver, and I'm here looking at GT3 stuff, which is very foreign and new to me. I'm trying to learn that as a thing.
Well, Brad, Adam Thompson here, by the way, but how how does the rally driving kind of transfer over to these road races? Because I've seemed to notice that the rally drivers, a lot of them are pretty good when it comes to road racing as well.
Consistency in car control will always be a thing that transfers from discipline to discipline. And especially in rally racing, weight transfer and knowledge of your tires is extremely important. And that is just a naturally born transition over into GT3 racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys seem to be doing pretty good here in 8th place at the moment. You guys have what's your goal for today?
Our goal is to survive at this point. I went ahead and I went into the main comms for the server, and I saw everybody freaking out because we recruited a couple new drivers and they had no idea what was going on. They didn't know the car or anything. And I'm sitting here just trying to relay little messages here and there, just little tidbits of information. Then we just said, all right, we're just going to do what we naturally do. We're just going to get in there, drive, and yeah. I haven't had any practice lately, so I just went ahead. I just jumped in as a crew chief / spotter to go ahead and just pay close attention to the whole field and see what's going on. I can relay that information to them and just say, okay, heads up, someone's gonna try to do this or someone did that, and
That was actually going to be my next question, and I promise you I'll leave you alone after that. How?
No, I don't mind this at all.
what's the aspect? Andy and I have been talking about it quite a bit, especially around a track like Phillip Island with, there's nonstop action all the time. The team aspect of this, it's not just the driver on the track. I mean, you've got strategies you're trying to work out. You've got LMPs that are just coming out of nowhere from what we've seen so far. And you're also trying to run your own race and trying not to lose time while you're running your race. So I guess this is kind of like a two-part question. Number one, as speaking of an LMP, we got someone coming right up on the back of Hubert.
Yep,
Hubert gets by him pretty easily. But so where have you figured out kind of where on the track so far is the easier place to get by, and how much of a toll is it taking mentally on you guys for your stints out there? Because like I said, it doesn't seem like you guys are able to breathe.
So that's actually a really good question, because Phillip Island is a very technical circuit, and with the vast discrepancy in the speeds between LMP and GT3, it can be really difficult to be able to read the mind of the person behind you, and that was an issue I ran into at Daytona. But just the fact of the matter is, if you see something barreling at you, an interesting thing about the M4 is that the virtual mirror, the cockpit mirror, and the relative times are all show you different bits of information, but you can actually piece them all together and figure out exactly relatively where someone's going to be and when they're going to try to pass. You have to plan and strategize your overtaking or defending very, very meticulously with this car.
That's you said piece it back together. I'm telling you, if I'm on that track, I'm just trying to keep the dang car on track. So the fact that you're able to piece information together at the same time, I can see how that would be pretty mentally taxing on you guys. But seem to be doing great so far, and
yeah, they're doing fantastic. Yep, no problem.
So you obviously mentioning about, obviously you just thought you would jump into this session. Pretty brave move, considering probably a lot of the teams around have done plenty of practice around this track. But sometimes that pays off, because once you do like 100 laps around it, you get complacent around it. I suppose if you're brand new to the track and you're giving the guys tips on what they should be doing, obviously I'm not saying you've not done any practice, but like you said, you pretty much jumped in there. I suppose in a way it makes you drive a lot safer and pick your moves, whereas obviously if you're really confident with the track, you probably try moves that don't really open it. And it seems to be out on the track at the moment, you're doing actually an exceptional job up there in P8, so in the top half of the grid, and for a first outing, it's promising.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. With GT3 and this track, complete disclosure, I did not practice this track at all. I had to go buy it, and I just sat there. I was like, I'm just going to stick out of this one. And then I saw my team panicking. I was like, all right, I'm just going to buy the track. I'm going to get in there real quick and see what's going on.
How many do you have in your team at the moment in Divine Win?
Right now, our team that's active on the track right now, there's about 6, but the actual members of the team is double digits. There's probably about 30 to probably about 20 or 30 so that are from different types of racing disciplines, but they all have one thing in common. They like sending vehicles off a cliff and seeing what happens.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good way of looking at it, I suppose, on there. But no, thanks for joining us here in the commentary, Brad. And it'd be good to see you later on in the race and get your thoughts towards the end. And you'll probably be an expert on Phillip Island. But before we let you go, mate, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
I would love to give this special shout out to Bandit. You know who you are. He's he's the actual creator of Team Kamikaze, along with Hubert Maziak, who's in Divine Wind right now driving. Those two actually formed the team together and have developed it into the animal that it is now.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us, Brad, in the commentary booth, and please feel free to join us later on in the race to see how it's going with you guys.
Yep, no problem. If I'm still around, I'll be here. I'll go ahead and tag you guys and let you know. I got a little bit of a busy schedule. I do car sales for a living, and I have to also do this. So it's like jumping between commentary, entertaining, yada, yada, yada. It's a whole beast. I'm not going to hold you guys all up into that. I'll tell you a whole freaking story. But anyways.
Well, enjoy your spotting time, mate. At least you're not in the car for this round. So
yeah, 100%. This looks wild.
Definitely. Cheers with Brad.
Thanks,
Brad, joining us in the commentary booths from Divine Wind, giving us a good insight into the different team managements. Obviously, Divine Wind there, playing it off the hop, really, not really doing a lot of practicing, but sometimes, like I was saying, Adam, it's you can over-practice a track and get far too confident. So there's that fine line. I think they're probably being brave not practicing an extremely technical track like this. But at the moment, it's paying off for them, and they're quite happily sat there in P8. So it seems to be working for them at the moment.
Yeah. See,
Whoa. There's a Kamikaze sister team that that Brad was just talking about. Just T-boning LMP, so we'll watch here now. Just look how far back these LMP cars just come out. So coming down there into turn number 10, getting the inside line.
Whoa!
Gets it slightly wrong himself, so wasn't Kamikaze, so I do apologise to the team there. It was the LMP. That was number 4, and that was Pneumatic Motorsport Blue team getting it slightly wrong coming there, and coming in the pits, not really should be a scheduled stop, so probably repairing any damage there. But yeah, big sorry there for myself from Kamikaze. I thought it was himself, but it wasn't.
You know, that's the second car I've seen. Yes, granted, it's been an hour. But second car I've seen lock up the rears and just get it sideways, and it's happened more now than it was at the beginning of the race. I wonder how much track evolution is starting to play a factor in these guys. These guys are trying to keep up with brake biases and tire temps and tire wear and fuel, and everything in these cars are constantly changing. And the one thing that you cannot predict is how the track is going to react to all these cars out there. Like you see these guys, the blue car, whoever that is, the LMP in front there, getting a little wide and get it up into the marbles a little bit, and get the tires a little dirty. There's so much going on all the time that you're trying to keep track of and follow in the car. It's amazing. But yeah, real quick, going back to Brad, how he mentioned in this BMW, he said you've got 3 different mirrors that you're looking at to get information from all of them. That's amazing. I don't know how they can do that. Like I said, I'm just worried about driving, looking forward, and keeping the car on the track. But good on them for being able to do what they're doing. And like I'm saying, they said they haven't practiced at all. Like I said, it's better to be lucky than good, but maybe he's just not trying to give away his strategy, because they are doing very well for never putting a wheel on this track.
Yeah, one of them good team managers that completely double bluffs you, like Lewis Hamilton. normally does as well out on track. But we were watching there, Brian Blanchett there of the Break Fade team, and we saw a wonderful live picture of him, obviously, while you were saying that little piece there, Adam. And he had a VR headset. I've never actually tried the VR headset, but when I've spoken to people, they said it's extremely taxing on you for an hour race. Never mind doing an endurance with the VR headsets on. I don't know if you've had a go at using the VR headset, but I've heard, I don't know if it's my cup of tea, but Brian there just seemed to be doing it quite well and looked very relaxed. So I'm not sure what you feel on that.
I'm going to be honest with you, Andy. I had, keep in mind, past tense, had a VR headset. And I put it on. I was super excited. I already had. I run on triple screens. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, I promise. But so I had already had that, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to try VR. People are talking about it, having a great time with it. I put it on, and I ran an Indy car around the Phoenix Oval. Caught a curb and started spinning. Immediately had to take it off and got sick. And I did not put it back on again. So I went ahead and got rid of it and sold it, and people rave about the VR. It is an awesome experience, but like you said, you've got that thing on your face for I don't know how long he's been in the car, how long he's going to be in the car, but it gets hot. Uh-oh, this is a pileup.
A bit of smoke in front there. 3 cars coming off into turn number 4, and it was a class leader there who got involved with them 2 LMP cars. So let's have a look at a replay here from Lewis. So we can see Jim Martinez there, the Sim Racing PR Red Team, just in front of... Oh, no!
My goodness!
The leader was trying to overtake the GT3's a back marker, and the car 26 there, who is... Let's see who that is. Car 26 is Imperial...
Billy Smith with Imperial Motorsports.
Yeah, coming up on the inside, and unfortunately clipped the back of the Lamborghini, so... You know, that'll lose some time there for that Lambo, and I think it was, the second place they are at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
That is an absolute catastrophe there, and that 26 car, I'll leave it down to the stewards on how they go with that, but obviously the second place in the GT3 Lambos there, the team of Two-Pack Racing, who've now gone into the pits to obviously rightfully get some repairs on that car. Got tagged at the rear end by an LMP, so not the best of overtaking there. And it's a treacherous corner there coming down into turn number 4. It's coming off a straight from turn 2, so you're getting a decent amount of speed flat out through turn 3.
Oh no!
From Divine Wind. Is he beached? He's beached. Oh,
I have never seen this.
He's caught on the barrier.
No, yes, it is the wing. Lewis in our broadcasting booth here just mentioned the wing was caught up on top of those tires. And you tell me this isn't realistic racing. Holy cow, that's one way to have to go back to the pits. That's extremely unfortunate, but hey, speaking of this McLaren up here, you know, that little incident with the first place in GT3s, but look at Satellite up there, my fellow Americans, getting up there and getting back into the lead. So, you know, we're an hour and 16 minutes into this race. If this was an hour-long race, Alex would have finished second place. But I apologize. I thought he was American. He's not. But Alex would have finished second place, but now he's up here in first place with still 2 hours to go, so anything can happen. But you know, it's just crazy how quickly things can change, Andy.
Yeah, it definitely is. I know you're trying to colonize everyone in the world there over in America, but unfortunately he's French, so a little bit away out of your reaches there. But so we've obviously missed the top of the hour. And Adam, I don't know if you want to take the LMP2s and we'll do a quick rundown of the grid for everybody, just watch them out on track and catch everyone up to where we're currently at.
I absolutely will. I can do that. So in first place, we got Paul Darling, number 67 in the Satellite Racing LMP2. He's been out there for quite a while, doing okay. Actually, it was now in second place, RD Sim Sport. who was up there in first place right now with James Holman behind the wheel. But they were up there in the lead for quite a while, so a bit of a shake-up there. But third place, I apologize. I'm American. But in third place, we've got Hashtag Racing number 92, Rui Quieros. I hope I got that right. I apologize. Been running his own race. Hashtag up there in third place, doing a great job. They were part of that battle, third, fourth, and fifth for quite a while. We've got fourth place, Obsidian Racing Future. Antonio Rodriguez is the driver of that car. Just again, the gap between him and Rui is about 3-ish seconds. Still hanging in there. And then in fifth, we've got Billy Smith with Imperial Motorsports Shake. About 4 seconds back. Sixth place, we've got Paul Hale with SimHQ Motorsports Orange. Again, like you said, there's a bit of orange on that car, but definitely more blue than orange. Seventh place, we've got Colin Johnson, who is in the pits, so I don't think he's going to be seventh for long. With Craft Dinner Racing. Awesome name, by the way. I'm liking the race team name. Eighth place, we've got Jack Chrissy with We Too Fast Racing. Now up into seventh, with Colin still sitting in the pits. And ninth place, we've got Kevin Ayers with GTM Racing. Actually, it's not GTM. We had this issue earlier. It's GITM Racing. 10th place, we've got Walker McAnulty with TSE DeConey Racing. 11th, now 10th, is going to be C. Michael Parker with Pneumatic Motorsports Blue. And, well, they're moving all over the place now. Looks like now in 10th place is Walker McNulty. We just saw him. We've got Jose Dominguez there in 12th place with World Community Drivers. Sorry, everybody was going into the pits as I was trying to get through all those guys, but they're doing pretty good. In 13th place, we've got Andrew Cheslock with Pneumatic Motorsports Orange. There's definitely a little more orange on that car. And then last but not least, we've got Wayne Hutchinson in the Blue Shell Racing LMP2. Still back there doing okay, rounding out our field of 14. Did we lose one? We had 15, didn't we, at one point? Maybe. Oh, well. World Community Drivers. Yeah, that's weird. So yeah. I do see now 14, but anyways, that'll round out your field of the LMPs.
There is 15. He's obviously down in 34th place. It's James Spacey of Pneumatic Motorsport Purple. So obviously had a bit of an incident. Maybe had two incidents. Obviously got fast repaired for his first one, but unfortunately in for the repair. But he's out on track somewhere. Is the car number 14, who's last in the LMPs as is he out there? Can you see him?
He is. I just saw him on the timing tower.
He's out. He is out. I can. Yep. They are 6 laps down, 7 laps down, and they are out. So there's our first retiree of the race. So heading over to the GT3s, in first place, we got Alex Gala, Satellite Racing GT. Good for him. A bit of a quiet race, really. No incidents. Just trying to keep his nose clean and just trying to avoid the LMP2 cars. Currently in second place, you got Chris Hudson of Can-Am Racing. There, the car number 28 in second place. In third place, we got VG Racing Esports Academy with Rasmus Christensen at the end in the car number 43. In car 222, we got Nuno Viagre in the SR Technic CMS team, and that is a change of driver there, I believe, for them, because Nuno was in the chat earlier on.
He was. Yes, he was. He was egging him on, and now I'm going to egg him on. Go Nuno.
In fifth place, we got SimHQ Motorsports White, driven by Daniel Brennan in the car number 18. In car 75, we have Jose Ramirez in the two-pack racing team mid-pack. Obviously doing exceptionally well, was leading this race at one point, and obviously we saw early on an incident involving an LMP coming down to turn number 4, so he is currently running around in 6th place. Taking an extra pit stop than the rest of the team to repair the damage. In P7, we got car 45, Fabio Saturino in the hashtag racing team. Our winners out at Daytona, currently in 7th place, down 1 place from where they started on the pits. In the car 666, aptly named I suppose, Noah Rodriguez in Team Kamikaze there, and obviously we heard from Brad earlier on, part of a brand new team with Divine Wind, so great to see new teams come in all the time into iRacing, so they're holding out that P8 for the moment. In P9, got the car 78 of David Anderson, Lodestar Endurance 1. Not really seen a lot of him in this race, literally just getting around nice and clean, and often they're the ones you need to watch, really, the ones that are going under the radar, and watch them slowly gaining space. In 10th place, we got Brian Sabsveski in the Can-Am Racing 2 car 38, running around in 10th place. In 11th place, we got June Martinez, the Sim Racing PR Red car 787. In 12th place, we got Will Ethery in the SMS Racing number 3 car there in 12th place. In 13th, we got Garrett Wilburn in the Sim Republic car number 144 out on track. In 14th place, we got Miguel Colon, the Sim Racing PR Blue Team in the car number 21. In 15th place, we got the car number 2 of Robert Cottel, the Wild Juice Racecraft Team. They're been on its own, obviously a big race. So the GT3s have got real, and obviously the LMPs have got good splatting of the American cohorts at the helm of the cars at the moment. In P16th, the car 157, we've got Christian Ost, the Penguin RC Complex Simworks. Obviously, saw him getting involved with a few incidents out on track with LMP2 cars and putting a little bit of pay to him, so has a little bit of work to try and get himself back up the field at the moment. In P17, we got Hubbard Mask of the Divine Wind Team. Saw him getting hooked up onto the tyre barrier on the outside and having to go back to the pit. So currently down in 17th place from obviously a respectable 8th place that they were in. So lost a little bit of time there, but obviously as we see the Audi there getting hooked up on the outside, but managing to save it. In 18th place, we've got the car 243 of Jesse Atkins, the Doodle Motorsports team. Just, pretty much at the back, keeping his nose clean as best as he can. And that's a little bit of ground to make up to go in, as we can see him live again. Deely faced, as always, is Jess there at his cockpit with his cap on backwards. He can deny he wasn't an American, I suppose, there. Brian Blatcher there of Team Brakeflade in P19th of the car number 40. We saw him earlier on with his VR headset, and exactly like you said, I don't think I'll be able to do that. And I was going to say that I'd probably make me motion sick, but you obviously mentioned that there, Adam, as well. And to round out your GT3 cars is car number 71, David Nielsen with Triple R Racing. We literally have the whole field of the GT3 cars, amazingly, still going around this track.
We absolutely do, and a bit of a departure here from what we were saying. We've actually got Hendrick down here for team manager of We Too Fast, waiting for an interview. If you'd like to chat with him, Andy, I'll bring him back. I'll bring him up here.
Yeah, definitely. So we welcome into the commentary box Hendrick from We Too Fast Racing team manager. Hendrick, welcome to the commentary booth. Let us know how it's going for yourselves out there.
It's not been a great day, but great to be up here with you guys. I mean, it's a beautiful day for racing, as it were, but didn't quite get the quality we wanted. Got a little loose on that first lap, and then there's just that first stint with Chris was a little bit of a story of woes with getting punted twice, unfortunately. And then we just had a little incident there in the closing stages with one of the GT3 cars. We felt like it was a little bit more of a racing incident, but obviously the stewards have a better view on it and ultimately got a black flag for us, so we were just trying to make the best that we can with the cars that we've been dealt.
Obviously, this round completely different than the opening 2 round of Daytona as well. Oh, unlucky! Oh, no. Save it.
Oh, jeez.
That's turn number 2 there, just trying to get back on top of Jack Cressy. Probably not aptly doing when we got the manager in the box of week 2 first race. Let's have a quick look at what happened here. Literally just got it hooked up on the outside of turn number 1, trying to get past the Porsche in front of him. Just caught that kitty litter there on the outside and just spun the car around. But luckily no damage, just a little bit of pride, and obviously answering to Hendrick there when he gets back onto his stream. So we caught that. But no, obviously, as we were getting back before we had that little bit of excitement there, completely different round to the first 2. How have you approached it, and how are you managing the fact that it's only a 1 minute 16 lap and trying to get around all these GT3 cars?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it's a bit tough, especially when you look at the spread of sort of iRating across the field, where, you've got some drivers who are high iRating, they're probably doing top splits in multi-class, they're used to being swarmed by LMP2s, whereas there's some other folks who I think maybe they're caught a little bit unawares of it. So we're trying to sort of find that fine line of aggression to sort of cut through the traffic as quickly as we can and not get held back too much, while still obviously trying to balance that with not getting ourselves into situations like we just saw in T2. But it is absolutely different. This track is so flowy. There aren't sort of clear and obvious places to pass. But ultimately, it's been some pretty great racing so far, though.
Yeah, certainly great for us and great for the viewers. Maybe not for your heart, and you're obviously just talking all the time on there with the amount of traffic that is. But tell us a little bit about the makeup of your team. How did you form as a team, and where do you want to see yourselves in this championship going forward?
Yeah, so this is our second season with IRTS. Last year we actually were in the GTE class and had a top 3 finish with our previously known as Renault Corvette Alpine Racing, which was very entertainingly confusing to the previous commentators. And we decided to graduate up into LMP2. I think we are gunning for top 5. I think we have the pace to be top 3. We just need to sort of tie it all together in one race weekend, which we did a great job of in the first race at Daytona, getting a second place. And I think we're feeling really good about Le Mans as well. And so the composition is largely unchanged from last year. So myself, Jack Crissy, François Bru, who's sort of switched from driver to more team strategist, and doing an awesome job getting us prepared for every weekend. And then new addition of Christopher Hill, who I know from racing in some other leagues, really, really fast driver. It's a group of really fast folks. So again, really feel like we've got the pace to have some more top 3 finishes and make our way back up in the standings in the championship.
Yeah, you mentioned there about obviously the strategist. How do you when you come into a new season, like an endurance season you're currently racing in, how do you take each race when it comes, and how do you strategize? Say for instance this one, which is completely different and probably the tightest circuit in the championship that you're going to have. How do you approach it differently than say Daytona or Spa?
Honestly, it's not too different, especially when it's just these 3-hour races versus say a full-on 24. The next race at Le Mans being a 6-hour race, that might be a little bit of a different story. But ultimately, it's almost like treating each stint like a sprint, its own sprint race, and just making sure we tie it all together, and not get held up too much by traffic. I mean, that's really the key here. I think you see that the folks in the top spots, those are the guys who are really having awesome skill in navigating that traffic. Obviously, there's also a little bit of luck that comes into play, but I think that's really what separates those top 3 runners from the rest of the field. Just really having a good sense of where and when to attack, when to hold back, and again that nice little dosage of luck.
Oh yeah, I think certainly luck in this race is. Have you got any questions, Adam? You want to ask? Hendrik?
I actually do, Andy. So we had Brad Hill in here. He was with the GT3 Divine Racing. And I kind of asked him the same question I'm going to ask you. When it comes to a track like this, obviously you're trying to find places on this track where you're able to, both the LMPs and the GT3s, trying to minimize time loss. I guess the first question is, where is the best spot on the track to do that? And the second is, how tough is it, depending on how long that these drivers are running stints? You know, how much information are they getting from their team members, and how much are they having to figure out on their own? And I mean, just it seems like this track just lends itself to complacency if you're not careful, because you really can't take a breath.
You're right. It really is just nonstop. You know, I think the only time you get to take a breath is like right now. I don't know if you guys are still watching the car, but Jack's found himself a little bit of a gap in the traffic, and that's when you can, you know, relax a little bit, wiggle the fingers, try to take some of the stress out of the shoulders. But you know, ideally you're catching them on the start finish. Honestly, I think like those tracks, that's the longest straight. You really hope you're going to catch them there. The worst place to catch them though are those last 2 turns coming out onto the start finish, because if you screw that up and you've got a competitor on your tail, they're just going to eat you up for breakfast on that start finish straight, because you're just not able to really get the power down and get that high top speed. So that's really the long and short of it. And then in terms of, you know, info from driver to driver, you know, we're all watching, we're all chatting throughout. We might, you know, make a suggestion like push or don't push here. But ultimately it's up to whoever's in control of the car to make those split-second decisions, as they often are.
I think it's probably, correct me if I'm wrong, but tensions can probably get a bit high as well if things don't go your way, like we've seen. I mean, with you guys, for example, an incident on track that, you know, neither here nor there, but I mean, you've got to keep your drivers calm in situations like that, you know, because if driving mad, I would assume, is probably not what you want, especially when you're only an hour and 15 minutes into a 3-hour race. So, I mean, how do you guys do that? I mean, obviously demeanor of the drivers is one thing, but I'm sure, I mean, this is racing, man. I mean, people probably tend to get a bit heated every now and then. So, I mean, how does that go about? I mean, how do you go about just trying to keep people focused on the task at hand?
I mean, if you listen to our Discord channel, you might wonder if we actually were in a race, because we do keep it pretty light. I mean, we're racing with some folks who've got a lot of experience doing this. I mean, Jack's been racing for a while. I mean, he's still a bit of a young gun. Chris is a really experienced racer. He's got some real life on track experience, including as a BMW performance instructor. So, you know, these are folks who don't get that shaken. Granted, when it's the second time getting hit from behind on the same lap, that's when you start hearing a little stress creep into the voice.
Yep.
But, you know, we all have a pretty horrible sense of humor, so we're able to keep it light and tell some stupid jokes and just refocus on the task at hand. And, you know, we're pretty happy that we do have good pace. We really do, again, feel like we should be up there fighting for the top 3 positions. So this one, unfortunately, it's a little bit of a wash, but we're really looking forward to Le Mans.
Well, Hendrick, here's the thing, man. You still have an hour and a half left, so don't count yourselves out yet. Like we were talking in the broadcast, anything can happen, as we saw with the leader in the GT3 class. Something happened, so keep your heads down, and thanks for chatting with me. And Andy, if you've got any more questions for him, go ahead. But yeah, thank you, Hendrick, for the chat.
No, I don't think so. I think obviously, you know, obviously up in P7 for the moment. There's, like Adam said, there's so much time left in this race. You literally just hit over half race distance. So you know, anything can happen. You just got to put them lap times in. Consistency, I think, is the key, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think if we can salvage a top 5, we'll be really happy with the results of this race, especially after those opening laps and a little bit of the adversity that we faced. But no, I mean, and again, you know, thanks to CMS Racing for putting on a really great series in its second year only, and some great participation. Really looking forward to seeing how this grows from here on out.
Yeah, definitely. So before we let you go, mate, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
I mean, shout out to the team. So François Bleu, our strategist extraordinaire, Jack Christie, who's in the car now, Christopher Hill, who's taking a short break before he comes back in to finish it out. And of course, thanks to all the viewers tuning in. You know, we do this for our own enjoyment, for fun, but glad that there's some folks who also enjoy watching this as well, and that we're able to give you some entertainment on a Sunday afternoon or evening or perhaps morning, depending on where you're tuning in from.
Well, thanks for joining us, Hendrick, and you know, pop back later on, and we'll see if your fortunes have changed and you are in fact in that top 10. But please come back and join us if you want to. Obviously.
Here's hoping. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. There was Hendrik there. Obviously, the team manager of We Too Fast Racing. Obviously, as he was saying there, you know, and one of the things, Adam, is a lot of the backroom staff in pretty much every sport don't really get the accreditation of what they actually do, and probably more prevalent in the sim racing world, because all you see and all you interface with is the drivers currently out on track, you know. But there's a lot of people behind that drivers that put in a lot of work before the race and during the race that deserve the shout outs as well.
That is, you are so right, Andy. I mean, let me flash over to F1. If I know some viewers don't watch Formula One, but just their schedule throughout the season. The drivers aren't the ones that are shipping everything to these different countries and unpacking everything and engineering the car. And you've got everybody back at their home stations just trying to make the car better throughout the season. There is so much that goes on behind the scenes. Yes, the driver is important. But Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, all of these teams, all of the teams in F1, not just the top guys, they're there for a reason, and it's not just because of the driver. There is so much that goes on behind the scenes that we don't really ever pay attention to. But looking like we're going back to a replay here with Penguin RC. Oh no.
Wow, there's that where Hendrik was just saying you don't really want to be catching the cars on the last two corners. That was the turn 12 before the end of the straights, and unfortunately Penguin RC cars caught right up against the fence there, up against the wall, trying to get out and get himself back going, but a little bit of an involvement, and that was with the purple, I'm trying to think who it was, that purple LMP car.
Yeah, that car, I know that paint scheme. That car was definitely winning the race at one. RD, oh my goodness, and he has some serious crab walk issues. Looks probably like he's got a couple links broken in that rear end.
Yeah, you see that rear right-hand tyre literally pushed up into the car, and you know it looked a bit of an innocuous hit, but that's all it takes in these LMP2 cars to cause some real big suspension damage, you know. And obviously they do have their fast repair to go against, but you know it's when you use that fast repair, you've got to be super cautious after that to try and not get any more incidents. So. A little bit of an incident there coming out that last corner. Really, really hard one as well for the GT3 cars, because you naturally swing out. Being it's a fast corner, you naturally migrate to the outside of the track. And if you've got a super fast LMP car that you saw there, just creep right up on you and try and nick that outside. And unfortunately, two don't go into one, and hence why we had that incident there. But certainly the Penguin RC Complex Simworks team are having a bit of a nightmare time of it around here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, but you know, we keep saying it's a long race, but obviously if you keep making mistakes, the race is going to seem a lot longer than 3 hours, unfortunately for Penguin. But you know, it's one race. There's plenty of time, plenty of races left, plenty of time still left in this race. I'm going to keep saying it until I can't say it anymore. But big shout out here to Satellite Racing, who we mentioned was kind of about 5 seconds off the pace, and you know, one thing went their way. It was unfortunate for Tupai, I believe, maybe. I can't remember who was in first place before that, but all of a sudden they are now 16 seconds ahead. So like I was mentioning, anything can happen, and they seem to not just be holding that gap, but they are definitely expanding. Alex is putting in some seriously fast laps in that GT3.
Yeah, he's an extremely fast driver. Saw him out in Spa doing a very big stint, and he's looks like he's doing the same here again today. Probably 2 stints in it as Alex started the race off and still in the car after 1 minute and 41. But it's a bit of a mixed fortune for the Satellite Racing team. The GT obviously flying high there in first place, but the LMP car that was in first place at one point is down in 10th place, driven by Adam Crane. It's a Satellite Racing LMP2 car number 67. It's gone into the pits 3 times so far, so obviously getting caught up in an incident. And it just shows, you know, just because you're leading this race, it doesn't mean that you're going to stick there. And I think that's 2 cars now that we've had at the front of the field that have to come to issues or incidents. So you got the RD Simsport team that are currently down in P12 that are in the pits at the moment after that incident we did see with the Audi of the Penguin RC Complex Simworks, who are also in the pits themselves down in 12th place. And then you got the Satellite Racing LMP2 car that was in first place, is now down into 10th. So this LMP2 class is certainly getting shaken up at the front, and I think the way that this class is going to be won is down to consistency.
Well, I can now confidently say, after being broadcasting for an hour and 42 minutes, there is no position that you're safe on track at this point. It's just constant. We'll go back and keep saying how just constant battles on track. I mean, right now we're watching Chris Hudson. Now, I know for a fact that that is an American name, and I'm looking at it right now on the timing tower. He is American. So, watching Chris Hudson with Can-Am about 16 seconds off the pace, but again, running his own race. He's got an LMP about to, my goodness, that is insane. About to catch him up and pass him, but yeah, Chris is kind of doing really well, actually, keeping, almost commentator cursed him there, keeping the car clean, keeping it on track, and you know, I'm pretty sure a second place, he's probably pretty happy with that at this point.
Definitely, and we just saw on the flash from the stewards there, car number 13, Obsidian Racing Future, who's currently third in the LMP2 class, getting I think it was a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. So that will put, as we see him driving through the pits there, will put a lot of time now between himself and the Imperial Motorsports Shake, who was only 4 seconds behind him. As we can see now, he's over 25 seconds behind him. So has lost a lot of time to that second place, but most importantly, hasn't lost the position out on track. So Obsidian Racing Future literally need to try and make that time up again. But currently watching on screen a battle for 4th place in the GT3 class from SR Technic CMS and VG Racing Esports Academy, who are extremely close together. Sorry, that wasn't us. 2-Pack Racing, Mid-Pack and SCR. So SCR looking at trying to make a move on 2-Pack Racing Mid-Pack for that 3rd place in the last podium position on the GT3. So I got it slightly wrong. VGR Racing Esport Academy is 2.7 seconds behind SCR Technic. So certainly got that car, the 2-Pack Racing team, who was the race leader, that brightly coloured Lamborghini that seems to be drawing more attention and pushing it away at the moment. Really seriously coming under a little bit of pressure here from the SR Technic CMS driver Nuno Villarreal, that was obviously bigging his team up at the start of the race and is currently in the driving position, but certainly driving that car pretty well at the moment and trying to get that last podium position. But then a little bit of a 10-second gap between the car in 3rd place to 2nd, but still within shooting distance is the top 4. In fact, top 6 probably of the GT3 of still being in a contention of winning it. But you see there another drive-through avoidable contact car number 25, who is, just having a look down who that is.
25.
RD Simsports. So RD Simsports, their day just getting worse. So obviously in the pits at the moment, currently stationary. So for 7 minutes 27 seconds. So they have already used their fast repair. So that's going to be around about 15 minutes repair. And to sort of rub salt in the wounds again, they've got a drive-through penalty to serve when they come out.
Yeah, that's it's unfortunate, but you know, they're moving pretty far back now, aren't they? That's extremely unfortunate, and we saw that incident, like we mentioned, coming out of 12. We just had somebody in here telling us that coming out of 12 is not where you want to be, trying to make an overtaking opportunity. But back to this battle on track here with the SR and 2Pi. Andy, when you're racing in this class, you've got a bunch of different cars. You got the McLaren, the Ferrari, the Lambo, the Beamer. And you're coming up and you're racing the same car. What does that do? Because it looks like these Lambos are pretty evenly matched. There's like an ebb and a flow, probably catching some draft and some slipstream, but if I was SR right now, I would probably be hoping that this was a different type of car because they lend themselves better to different parts of the track. So you'd be able to, overtaking might get a little easier, as we see an overtake here. Looks like that was just a lap car he was letting around there, but yeah, I mean, how do you think? I mean, what would you think if you were in that car? Would you be happy with a Lambo racing a Lambo right now?
Well, I mean, I think you said it perfectly that each of these GT3 cars has different attributes that lays to different sort of track configurations. I suppose the thing is, and if you're driving against the same class car in front of you, it's going to be all down to the drivers at the end of the day. Obviously, the setups will play because this is an open setup series, so it depends on what sort of setup. But with this sort of track, I'd expect the guys to certainly be running a medium to high downforce setup on there. And it depends what the difference is between the two, but I mean, it's one of them $1 million questions, isn't it? You know,
Yep.
if you're racing against a car that's not the same class of you, you know where you'll be better on track for them. Whereas if it's the same car as you, you know that they're going to be just as quick and just as slow as you at the same parts of the track. So maybe give you that emphasis a little bit more to try and push to get into that slipstream, because that would be the overall difference between the two when they're racing, is the car behind trying to get into that slipstream to get that overspeed. But yeah, interesting question, and one of them questions that's probably always asked with no right or wrong answer, I suppose.
Well, I was trying to put you on the spot, but dang, you got through that one pretty good. But
I'm good at that.
yeah. Anyways, a big shout out here. I'm going to go back to we're watching Daniel Brennan right now on screen, doing pretty well. But we've got still up here in second place. I just looked at the positions gained for Chris Hudson and Can-Am Racing. He's up 8 spots into second place. So they're, you know, people are having bad days and good days, but these are one of the guys that are having a great day. This team is probably, I know they're happy with second, but they're probably extremely happy starting from 10th and now up into second.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's this endurance racing thing. It's just fantastic way of looking at racing. I mean, I love these endurance races. I always look forward to the big 24-hour events on iRacing, and looking forward to playing it with the team. The short sprint races, yeah, they're good fun for like 5 minutes until every single race you get into, you're getting yeeted off in the first corner, and then your race is done and dusted. I think this week has been a perfect example. You know, I managed to claw my way back up to an A license, going around Watkin Glen in the GT3s in the McLaren, doing really well. Won my first race, and then the next 2 races got absolutely taken out on the first corner by a car behind, damaged my car, literally 30 minutes for that first race. The second race, coming around, I think the boot, the heel, the chute, as the corner's known as, and literally getting hit again down there. And within 2 races, I went from 3.4 safety rating down to 2.
Whoa, my goodness, I'm sorry to cut you off, Andy. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness.
That was close. And that's
Yikes.
community. Isn't it amazing how you can notice the paints of that? And obviously that was the community race of that LMP2 car that's been involved in a few incidents out on track in this race, but there was another close call. But yeah, so I mean,
This is kind of what we were talking about earlier. If you're in the GT3s, you know, perfect world, you're told to hold your line and let the LMPs go. Well, that's exactly what Chris just did, and he almost got, well, for lack of a better word, yeeted, as you would say. Fortunately, there was no contact there, but man, there is just no good way. If this LMP catches you right in the middle of a corner, there's no good way to get out of their way.
And that's a problem. That's why you need a really good team behind you, as we keep saying, to tell you that there's an LMP right on your rear. So it almost puts you straight away on the guard, thinking, right, okay, if he's only 2 seconds behind me, he's going to catch me into the next corner. So maybe I'll take it a little bit slower, give him the room on the outside. So, okay, we both lose a little bit of time, or I lose a little bit of time, but it enables me to keep going and not get taken off an unopportune moment. I mean, we can see here, I mean, looking at this race, Chris, we haven't really talked about the Can-Am racing team as much, but they're currently up 8 places to P2 in this GT3 class. And that's all about trying to keep it nice and clean, nice and consistent, you know, and letting LMP2 cars, okay, you may lose 0.2 of a second, but what is 0.2 of a second than getting absolutely hit up from the rear, taking you off and going back to the pits? You're going to lose at least a minute, 2 minutes. So, you know, losing that couple of tenths of a second to being a bit more pragmatic and letting these LMP2 cars pass saves you overall in the long time and in the future.
Well, I know we've got Lewis actually just got back, which is great. We were literally, I am so sorry, I already forgot his name that was in here, but literally just chatting with the manager of We Too Fast, talking about how it's a long race. I know they're going through pit stops right now, I believe they are for the LMPs, but I mean, before the pit stop rotation, they were down in 7th when we were talking to them, or 6th, and they were up in 4th. So another team that we are now talking, that we talked to, he's now in the pits, but he's done. Yeah, they're doing a great job, just staying consistent. They had a bit of an issue, but you know, I think he was saying he has pace for top 3 and wanted to be top 5. Looking for a top 10 today, but I think they're looking probably closer to a top 5 at this point. So good for them for being able to get out there and put their heads back down and get driving again.
Yeah, obviously there's slightly different strategies on the pits, so coming in a lap after the rest of the drivers, and that's the other aspect of obviously endurance racing, is trying to manage the fuel, because what you want to be doing is trying to hit your fuel stops within the period that you want to be, so not having to come in at the last half an hour or something to do a splash and dash on the fuel, as we can sort of see the fuel or the pit stops as we watch Craft Dinner Racing there, making a dinner out of that corner was Colin Johnson there in the number 3 car. The number 721 car, 3rd place overall, but he's having a great race at the moment, up 5 places from where he started as well. So a lot of the big races, or the big teams at the moment, having a little bit of issues. You've got Satellite Racing, LMP2 winner out in Daytona, very quick in Spa in 4th place at the moment. We have #Racing92, seemed to be the other half of that team, had a winning race out in Spa and currently keeping that winning on track. Only 24 seconds ahead of the 2nd place SimHQ Motorsport Orange team, so they're having a really good race, getting some of the luck, because we did see them involved earlier on in the race, getting involved in a little bit of incidents. So some of the other teams, and it'd be good to see another team out on the podium, but if it's #stay, it's #stay.
Well, don't look now, but it appears as if I hopefully didn't jinx my fellow Americans, but we have a battle starting to form here in the GT3 section between 2nd and 3rd place with Can-Am and 2Pi Racing. I'm watching this gap shrink down, and I think a lot of it has to do with maybe some traffic that everybody was trying to get around, but yep, there's that Lambo right behind him. Definitely is. Well, you can see him back there now, and he's coming.
Yeah, definitely. What happened to SR Technics? Did they pitted a little bit earlier?
I did. Yes, they did. I saw them. I saw they had the pit icon next to their screen. What lap did they pit on?
76.
That was pretty recent, I believe. So yeah, it looks like everyone's starting to come into the pits now, even for the GT3s. Well, they have hit their pit window. It looks to be about 50-ish minutes for these GT3s, so this is going to start changing things up again.
Yeah, for sure, and it does look like they've come in slightly earlier to maybe try and undercut a few of the GT3 cars. So the SR Technic CMS team there, driven again by Nuno Vigares, has done his 2nd pit stop, so the rest of the teams around them still have to make their second pit stop within this race, but getting into that window. But coming up close to the hour here, so Adam, do we want to run through the LMPs?
Absolutely. Let's do it again. So in first place at the moment, we've got Pedro de Souza and Hashtag Racing. Just speaking of them, 24 seconds ahead at the moment. They are still going through, or have just gone through their pit stop, so I would expect some of these gaps to change a little bit. Got a racing incident up there with no action on it, so wonder what happened there. But anyway, second place, we've got Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, the number 16 car, right now piloted by Nolan Kinslow. Third place, Colin Johnson with the always awesome Craft Dinner Racing team. Seems like an awesome name. The number 721. And fourth place, we've got Adam Crane from the Satellite Racing LMP2. Fifth place, we've got Jose Dominguez. I am missing it. I apologize. We've got Christopher Hill in fifth place with We Too Fast Racing. Back up there into the top five. They're getting some time back, and they're probably going to gain another position because Craft Dinner is now in the pits. So sixth place right now, we've got World Community driver Jose Dominguez in the number 7 car. In seventh place, we've got the number 11 of Mateo Gaptira in the TSE Taconi Racing machine. In eighth place, we've got the GITM Racing machine of Stephen C. Knight, number 179. Ninth place, we've got John Taylor Tammy in the Pneumatic Motorsports Orange car, number 24. In 10th place, we've got the Blue Shell Racing LMP2 team, piloted by Wayne Hudson, the number 00, fellow American as well. In 11th, we've got Juan Segundo Valero right now in the pits. The number 13 car, Obsidian Racing Future. In 12th place, we've got the number 26 car, Leif Peterson in the Imperial Motorsports Shake, I apologize, team. In 13th place, we've got Jason Lundy, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue, car number 4. In 14th place, sorry, things are switching around on me again. 14th place, we've got Jose Ramirez in the 2Pi Racing Team Mid-Pack. And that should be it. It looks like Jason Lundy's moved down a little bit. James Holman back there in 14th. It looks like we're starting to lose people again, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got James Holden and the RD Sports there in the pits at the moment, 4 minutes in. Obviously, we saw the incident that they had with the Penguin RC Complex Audi car coming out of turn 12. So that's why they're still in the pits at the moment. And obviously, we've got one retiree, Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, as the only retired. What we will do is we'll give you a rundown of the GT3 after the second round of pit stops. I think the majority have come in. We still got Sim HQ Motorsport White to make their second stop at the moment. So once they've all done their second stops, we'll give you a rundown of the GT3s, which would be probably more realistic where positions they would lie. But yeah, we're coming into the last hour. I mean, where's that 2 hours gone, Adam? And just a quick shout out to one of the other sponsors of this series, SimRacing247.com. SimRacing247.com is a proud sponsor and supporter of great racing communities such as Champions Motorsports. SimRacing247.com covers many interesting factors in the sim racing community where everyone is welcome. Our support shines through from the grassroots right through to the top tier racers in the sim racing journey. So head over to SimRacing247.com to see what they could offer for you. But yeah, 2 hours gone, hour left. Adam, how's it been for your first endurance race?
You know, Andy, before we started this broadcast, I was kind of a little bit worried because I've done broadcasts for Apex, and they've only been an hour, and I was kind of worried that I wouldn't have anything to talk about after an hour. But I probably have more to talk about in this race than I have in some of the hour-long broadcasts I've done. This is an amazing series. I'm so glad I got to be a part of this. I'm definitely going to get more in tune with this league now. They seem to have a really great group of guys, and for what it is, extremely clean racing. I mean, let me tell you, if you put a group of let's even say middle split racers around this track for 3 hours, there would be a lot more carnage than there is right now. So this is an unbelievable experience, and awesome to see that these guys are out here enjoying themselves. It's a beautiful Sunday, at least for me in Arizona right now. So just great, kicking back, watching this stream. Plenty of stuff to broadcast on, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. And the team I have, I'm gonna toot your horn a little bit, Andy, but you're definitely doing great with me and Lewis as well. This is an awesome experience.
Yeah, no, it's always great to have you in, and obviously one for the championship as well. They're doing everything they can to make the driving experience for the drivers that much better. And Dave Anderson, who obviously is the owner of this, he is doing an exceptional job. And what they also do, Adam, is within the races, they give extra awards out. They've got one for the Hard Charger Award, which is obviously the car that makes the most amount of positions within that race. But they also have one for the cleanest drivers. So obviously Daytona, the LMP2 class was Pneumatic Motorsport Purple, who won the Hard Charger Award, and the GT3 was Wild Juice Racecraft.
Oh no!
Whoa! Bit of an incident there. Was that a Porsche, wasn't it? Who was that? Who was that, Lewis, that decided to make an alternate Baja line in turn number 1? It was Sim Republic there on P11 for the GT3 class. Around turn 1, does he clip the... he just loses it.
He's got loose.
Really loose. I mean, I suppose that's the other thing. Have they changed the tyres? Are they trying to overdo the tyres? Because it takes about 20 seconds to change the tyres on these cars, but at the moment stuck in no man's land, just having to reverse right back up to try and get out on track, because trying to find a space is at a premium around this very tightly condensed track. But
I mean, that's what we've been talking about, is a lot of drivers. I'm sure these guys are not that, but you get a driver like me in there who's not used to running 3 hours in a session, and not only do you have to worry about tires at that point, got to worry about how much fuel you've got in the car, the weight of the car, your brake bias, but most importantly, the track conditions. Because if you are watching the stream and you just like watching the stream and you don't actually race on iRacing, the track conditions in this game make it a massive difference on lap times and grip and how the car handles and reacts, and those can change extremely quickly. I mean, if you've got a little bit of cloud cover over one part of the track, I promise you it does make a difference in here.
It certainly does. Most realistic sim racing game out there at the moment. But yeah, as I was saying before we got sidetracked for that incident, yeah, the organisers are trying to make it, inclusive for everybody. You always get, and it's always about the grassroots and the lower level drivers, trying to keep them engaged within the championships, and that's what makes a really good championship thrive going into the future. And one of the things obviously David Anderson and his team have done is try to give these extra awards for most places gained, but they also have an award for the safest team out on track through the season based on the fewest season cumulative incidents, and obviously that's currently being held by Imperial Motorsports in the LMP2 class and Sim HQ Motorsports White. So on one hand, they're trying to promote obviously real fast racing, trying to get cars up on the other, but also on the other hand, they're saying, yeah, but we want you to do it in a clean and sensible manner and make sure it's safe, and obviously awarding them guys that are the clean and safe drivers, and also the ones that get at the grid to make it entertaining racing throughout the thing. So, all kudos to the organisers of this event, and obviously Dave and his team that he has behind him, putting out what is an excellent series, but also keeping everybody engaged, and that's vitally important when you're into a long season like these.
Well, I can't say if Dave is recruiting any more teams or not, so I don't want to kind of reach out too far without getting yelled at. But if Dave is, and you're watching this broadcast and you've got a team that you would like to race, I can't see any reason why this series wouldn't be good. This is just an amazing experience. Everybody that we've talked to seems great. Even the drivers on track, everything just seems like a really well put together series that I'm witnessing right now. So good on you, Dave. Congratulations on putting this together, man. You did it right.
Yeah, and obviously the main prizes are cash prizes for the winners overall, and who doesn't like a bit of cash in their back pocket, as well as some wonderful products from the main sponsors of this championship, which is, as we've spoken about before, it's always good to have sponsors on board that really help you draw in the drivers into a championship. But that's probably how you should do a move coming up through turn 1 and into turn 2 from Crafting a Racing. Colin Johnson there, an excellent example.
I don't think he could have done that any better. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a sweet move. Didn't lose any time for the GT3 driver and still managed to keep his time. So yeah, that's how to do it. But you know what we can see at the moment, the penalties are coming in thick and fast. So car 24 has a drive-through penalty. Is that one of the top runners?
It's Pneumatic Motorsports Orange, down there in 9th place at the moment. I don't know if he served his drive-through yet or not.
They are only 8 seconds ahead, so we'll lose a place to the Blue Shell Racing LMP2 car behind the 000 there in 10th place. So obviously that incident will put him down one more position to P10 within this championship. But coming into the last 50 minutes of this race, this 3-hour race around Phillip Island, and I was a bit skeptical when I saw this out on the thingy, being such a small track, not known for endurance racing, but I've got to admit it's been a really good choice for a track and something different than the normal long tracks we normally see on endurance racing.
Yeah, listen, Andy, like I mentioned before this broadcast started off, and I feel more comfortable saying it now, I have run this track maybe twice, and I ran it in a V8 supercar, and I was not a fan of this track because of how tight it is, and it's kind of flowy, but it's really not. You kind of get a rhythm, and then you get into that back section through about turns 9 through 12, really, and it all just kind of changes. You go from trying to be super fast to going slow and being technical. So I was skeptical as well, just from my time on the GT3 side, wondering how these cars would react, let alone those LMP2s. But they are. This is an awesome race so far. Everybody's most people I know. Brad Hill said that they didn't do much practice, but I still can't believe that. But no, most people seem to have put the practice in to make sure that these guys are to make sure that they're having a good day, and most of them are.
Yeah, certainly a Lewis Hamilton comment there coming from Brad. I think the team doing very well at the moment. No, I'm just looking at the chat, Adam, and Dave is saying that they do have a few openings in the GT3 class. So if you are thinking that you'd like to put a team in to get a bit of practice in the tail end of this season, but also get yourself ready for the next season, then go over to their website and have a look. It's I think CMS. If you put that in Google, you will find them on that. So head over there, and maybe we will see you out on the field for the next round in Le Mans, which is a 6-hour endurance race. That'd be epic. On Le Mans, which is always a classic track and made for these, hence why they're called Le Mans prototype vehicles. So made for the Le Mans track. So expect some hard racing from them guys. But we'll be having the GT3s on track with them just to keep them grounded a little bit with not having it all their own way at Le Mans. But it's always great to see them, and blushing a little bit with all the shout outs we give him to you. So Dave, maybe you want to come on after he's just done a stint in Lone Star Endurance Racing 1, which I missed that, damn. If I did see that, we would have concentrated more on that car. So if you want to come over for a chat, Dave, after you've cooled down from your racing experience, you can let us know and tell us more. But yeah, as well as the rest of the drivers, if you fancy coming in for a quick chat into the last part of the race, then please come on over and we'll try and get you in for a quick shout out, quick chat, and see how it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. Things seem to be a bit calmer on track. As I say that, there's a drive-through for the number 25. So I am just not going to say anything anymore about how well things are going. Unfortunate for the number 25. Looks like avoidable contact on the number 127. Number 25 car is, I know for a fact, he's an LMP.
RD Sim Sports, so they go from bad to worse.
Oh, man. Unfortunate for them because they were up there in the lead for that first hour almost. Basically, the whole hour. They were up there with a pretty commanding lead. Looks like we got a replay from Lewis here.
World Community Drivers, is that?
Go. Oh, I see a GT3 up there. Gets wide. Used to be a... Oh, yep.
Takes it a bit too deep. Does Jose Dominguez of World Community Drive. A bit of a mixed bag race because they were well down the field at the start of this race with a couple of incidents that they had at the start. Managed to get themselves up into a decent position, and now twice. Oh
Wait
no!
a minute.
What is going on here? Oh, he's not doing a bad rejoin.
Oh
No!
my goodness.
Oh wow, what a bad rejoin there. Obviously his team not telling him what was going on there, but unfortunately that GT3 driver coming around that corner would have had an exceptional scare as we watch it here, coming back on.
He's trying to keep the car to the right. It looks like it just keeps trying to cheat left, and then it starts getting a little squirrely. And man, I've been in that position. When you're in the grass, the thing won't stop, and you're then holding on for dear life. That's unfortunate for those guys. Unfortunate for the guys that were involved in it as well. I'm sure none of that really looked intentional, but you know, racing's racing. Sometimes it's going to happen.
Yeah, he could have had steering damage and couldn't actually turn the car while trying to. But we'll leave that one down to the people and the officials that do it. The stewards will be, I'm sure, looking at that one with a fine-tooth comb to see what happened there. So we're not going to speculate anymore on that. Watch car 25 of the RD Sim Sports doing a good line there, taking over the car 21. Oh, as we see a BMW there in the background. And a little spin-off track coming back on just behind the drivers, so managed to keep it clean and avoided them. And I'm not sure who that was. I think that was one of the teams that, yeah, Doodle Motorsports at the back of the grid there. Adrian Fernandez there, just having a little bit of spin. What part of the track is that? It's the back end.
Yeah, the cars are flying by him pretty quickly, so that may be, is that this?
Sure, it's a part of the track that you can get out on. There we go. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
One.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, is this another replay? Oh, this is what happened to him. So he actually got onto the kitty litter on the outside of the corner, and unfortunately, once you get onto them coming out onto the exit, you always tend to put the beans down, and unfortunately, spun the car out. Didn't cause any damage to his car, which is one of probably the big plus points for this track is that yeah, it's very tight, it's very technical, there's a lot of cars happening, a lot of cars coming off track, but because of the big runoff areas that there are here at Phillip Island, a lot of the cars that would normally on normal tracks get damaged are not getting damaged, so they're only losing the time of the spin and the time to get back on track, as we currently on board with Lone Star Endurance coming down to turn 4.
Yeah, that is, you mentioned that, and I've mentioned that how difficult this track is, and listen, it is difficult. Don't think it's not. But with it being difficult, at least if you do make a mistake, you're not going to pay for it even more. You've already paid for it enough by getting off into the grass and then trying to rejoin on a track that is extremely small with quite a few drivers on it, but a wall tends to ruin a lot of days. So at least that's a good thing going for it. We've got Brett here in 9th place. Lone Star Endurance, kind of lonely out there at the moment. Sim Republic about 7 seconds back. But yeah, that's not all a bad thing. Still got 45 minutes left. Trying to go down through these intervals right now to see if there's really any close battles on the track. Looks like SMS Racing.
Yeah, looks close as well. They've gone down to 5 seconds, so probably just come off track. But I did see there from the stewards at car number 25, which is again the the RD Sim Sports getting a pit lane, so they're just going from bad to worse with Paul Walton at the helm of that wheel at the moment. So they had a stop and go penalty. Are they in for repairs? Quite possibly in for repairs, but they've certainly had a day to forget here at Phillip Island. Like Adam was saying, they were leading this race for a large portion of it out front, but it sort of all unravelled to them, and they're now well down the order, currently in the pits again for their 7th pit stop of the day. So I mean, that just shows how much turmoil they've had, whether it's a drive-through or going to get repairs of their day. So probably mark this one down as a forget round, and look forward to the next round.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sure they're going away from this probably pretty upset, but I would be as well. But at the same time, you can't let that affect how the next race is going to be. Just get out there, put the practice in for the next one, and you know, you'll get there. But anyways, I just wanted to mention Hendrick that was in here that we interviewed just a little while ago with We Too Fast Racing, the manager. They're up into 3rd place. They are back onto the podium. Or they're not back on, they are on the podium all of a sudden. So they're obviously doing something right, as we had a spinner back here with GITM Racing.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we just watch what happened here. Just a big inside curb. Coming out, a little bit too much beans. Managing to save it, so should be able to turn. No, backing up before he comes back around. So a little bit of a mistake there around that corner. You know, a little bit too much beans, and coming out again onto that kitty there on the outside. Seen a few cars doing that now. Obviously, this only being a 3-hour race, but the track is so intense and technical. You got to be on it 24/7. But I think the closest race on track I'm seeing in the timing towers is it between SMS Racing and Wild Juice Racecraft.
Yes, it is. Looking at.
Car number 3. Let's have a look at him there, Lewis, in GT3s. You can see here on the battle for 14th at the moment. Got an LMP just darting in between the two cars. So this is a battle of the different classes. You've got the Porsche in front there of car number 2, and you've got the car number 3, the BMW there of SMS Racing, just trying to track him down there for the P14. So that's probably the closest battle out on track. The rest of them are pretty well spread out in the field, so it gives us a lot more time to talk about other things, I suppose, Adam.
Well, yeah, I'll go ahead and shout out real quick while I'm checking the timing tower here. Sim Racing PR Blue and that GT3 class, the biggest mover for them, they're up 12 positions from where they started. So doing pretty great day for them at the moment. And then looking here at the LMP class, it looks like GITM Racing is up 7 positions with Stephen C. Knight behind the wheel for now. So congratulations to those guys at the moment, the biggest movers.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing we did forget to do was quickly run down the GT3 order, so we'll quickly do that now. So currently out in first place at the moment is 2Pi Racing Team Mid-Pack, car number 75. So they've pushed up. So it'll be interesting to find out what happened to the Satellite Racing Team, because they were well out in front, but currently have the 2Pi Racing Team Mid-Pack driven by Jose Gonzalez there in first place of the GT3. In second place, we got Nuno Vargre of the SR Technic CMS, the 222 number car, in second place. In third place, we got Liam Rance driving the Satellite Racing GT, the car 68 that was leading for a long portion of this race. So I'm not sure what happened to him. He hasn't come into the pits any more than normal, so it'll be interesting if we can find out maybe, Liam, what happened to him. But in the meantime, we go down the ordering. Fourth place, we got Drew Ledicker, the Can-Am Racing car number 28. Had a pretty, good race for them guys, up 8th places from where they started. So a good points haul for them in the championship is the Canadian currently at the wheel there. In 5th place, we got James Andrew of SimHQ Motorsport White, the car number 18, up 4 places from where he started on the grid, just trying to consolidate that at the moment there. In 6th place, we got Frederick Sorensen of VG Racing Esport Academy, the car 43, down 1 place from where they started, so not all doom and gloom for them guys, currently running around in 6th place. In 7th place, we got Ivan Costa of Hashtag Racing in car number 45. The winners out in Spa last time out, currently down in 7th place. Up 1 place from where they started out on the position, but just going around there. Pretty much on their own. 26 seconds behind 6th place and 11 seconds ahead of 7th. So just a quiet end to their race coming on, I would imagine, just trying to dodge the LMP cars. In 8th place, we got Miguel Colon of Sim Racing PR Blue Team car number 21 there in the Porsche. He's in a little bit, he's in 11 seconds to Hashtag in front of 23, so same again, pretty much spread out is a GT field. In 9th place, we got Brett Stevens, a Lone Star Endurance Run. Obviously, we see Dave Anderson just getting out of that car and Brett Stevens taking over the drive, so a great outing for them in P9th. In P10th, we got Nathan Sulo in Sim Republic car, the 114, currently in 10th place. In 11th place, we got Davis Lee, Can-Am Racing 2, another Canadian there, car number 38 out on track. In 12th place, we got Luis Ortiz of Sim Racing PR Red, the 787 car Porsche there, just going around in 12th place. In 13th, we got Brian Blanchard of Team Brake Fade car number 14th in 13th place out on track at the moment. And the biggest battle probably out on track is P14 Chip Witt with Wild Juice Racecraft in car number 2, the Porsche there, but looks like he's reached a bit of a gap now. Is he to SMS Racing? Yeah, looks like he has. So something that's obviously happened to car number 3 in 15th place, Kip Mitchell of SMS Racing, who was racing really close to the Wild Juice Racecraft car, but may have had a slight incident that's put a bit of distance between them two. In 16th place, we got Andrew Fernandez of Doodle Motorsports at the moment, just travelling around in 16th place. Currently on the lead lap at the moment, but down at the back end. In 17th, we got Marcus Nemi of Team Kamikaze, the 666 car, in 17th place. Then we have in 18th, David James of Triple R Racing, currently 2 laps down from the leader at the moment. Divine Win, obviously we spoke to Brad earlier on in P19, driving by round, as soon as the newly formed team, the car number 27 there in 19th position, 5 laps. In fact, Timing Tower is saying they are out. Out to the race, so unfortunately a bad end to their race, but obviously, you know, newly formed teams, so we'll see what they do. And in 20th, it's got Brian Son of Penguin RC Complex Sim Sport, so he will move up a position if Divine Win are out, so they will overtake them when they come round to unlap themselves from Divine Win. So yeah, it's still going, and it's all about consistency, I think, Adam. Is you know, you will have incidents in these endurance races, and a lot of people just decide to say, well, I had one incident, I'm out of this race, that's it, I'm gonna get out. And it's the ones that stick in there and you know, just take the repair time, talk about it, and then get out there and do it again, is the ones that I admire the most.
No, it absolutely is. You know, I think in a lot of these short races, iRacing, you know, tries to get these official races back to back, so they get the races pretty short, and it just kind of puts it in people's heads that, oh man, I've crashed once, and yeah, forget about it, I'm done. But in a race like this, in a 3-hour-long race, you can crash once, you can crash twice, and still be okay. You've got plenty of time to bring that back. But one thing I did want to talk about is the pit strategies here for those GT3s. If I'm kind of gauging this correctly, they came in at around 50 minutes, 45, 50. They're they're gonna have to come in again before this race is over. So this race is not even close to being over yet, at all.
No. Cool. Yeah, I think you are right there, obviously, with the stints that they are. But I suppose the neutralising factor is that everybody in that class is going to have to come in. Nobody could obviously eke out their pit stops unless they came in, say, maybe now for a quick splash and dash to get them to the end of the race. But the amount of pit stops will be the same as the rest of the teams that are around you. It's probably more the longer races where they have that splash and dash at the end. If you don't calculate your fuel, obviously you only get a set amount of time with these GT3 classes, normally 50 minutes to an hour, depending on the track, depending on how much you're slipstreaming, fuel saving. Pretty much as we've heard the guys coming on, each stint is taken like a sprint race, so they're not worried about saving fuel, they're not worried about anything like that, they're just taking it as a sprint race, so going hell for leather and just trying to make sure that they can get around safely. But one of the equalising factors, I suppose, Adam, is that all the cars will have to come in, not just one.
Right. Yes, that is. Lewis, would you mind hopping down in there, third place in the GT3 class, satellite racing? Well, never mind. Timing tower's getting wonky, but it looked like they were about 0.8 of a second back, so they're clawing back. Whatever reason they lost, it looks like they're starting to claw back up there, catching up to SR Technic CMS, and looking like they're going to be challenging for second place in class here pretty quick.
Yeah, and we can see the GT3 field sort of closing up a little bit. Two iRacing team mid-pack the first. You got SR Technics SMS just behind them, 3.8 seconds, and you got a satellite racing GT just behind them, 1 second behind them. So it could be a grandstand finish here for the top three within the GT3 class. So got about 32 minutes left of racing with only 5 seconds covering the top three in the GT3 class. So as long as they can navigate these LMP2 cars.
Oh no!
Bit of an incident there. Is that the 222? Yes, that is.
It was.
The SCR Technics there getting messed up just as I said that. So we'll watch them here coming down into turn 9.
We are really good at jinxing these guys, Andy.
We are. We're exceptionally commentating, cursing them to death here. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know if that was a self-imposed spin there coming around the corner. I didn't quite saw him coming down into turn 9 there, but obviously the incident took place just off camera as we look here actually. Oh, LMP just trying to get on around the outside there. John Taylor Tammy of Pneumatic Motorsport Orange team, and that has now put the SCR Technic CMS team down to 3rd place. And currently, how long they are? Oh.
Man, oh, that was close too, with Satellite almost unfortunately got into the back there, but was able to avoid that. And man, you don't want damage. That Lambo looks like it's got a little bit of front end damage. You don't want that 30 minutes before the race is about to end.
No, still extremely close on track. You can see him in the same shot now with the We2 Fast Racing LMP car in 3rd place. So they're going to be jumping from the rafters, obviously hoping for a top 5, and they're in the top 3 at the moment. But on track, we can see here now bit of door rubbing between these two, the Satellite Racing team and the SR Technic CMS team in 3rd place. So these two are going to be fighting it out now to the end of this race, and it's going to be close, and it could come down to a little mistake here or there between one of these two drivers, or a pesky LMP2 just trying to put it in. But we're just on board with Nuno Vargas coming down into turn 1 for the SCR CMS Technics. Just see the Satellite Racing Team GT in front of them, really close. There is a back marker just in front of them at the moment, but certainly Nuno there just trying to get a good position to make a passive move on the Satellite Racing GT team in 3rd place. But what this is doing is letting two-pack racing team mid-pack in front in 1st place get a little bit out, because what we'll see here now is Satellite Racing GT going a little bit defensive coming into the corner. Oh, as we watch them see a little bit squirrely getting out on that exit there, which didn't really come to anything, but they are certainly feeling the pressure behind them.
I think tires are maybe starting to play a factor here, Andy. Like you said, I don't know if, how many of these drivers went in when they changed teams or changed drivers and took tires. I'm a poet, didn't even know it, but I'm wondering what the strategy is on tires, because, like I said, there definitely looked to be a little bit of damage on the front of that SR Technic CMS machine, and they doesn't seem to be bothering them much. They've already closed that gap right up back to the back of that Satellite Racing McLaren again.
I mean, Liam did take the seat in the last one, so they would, of the Satellite Racing GT, would have changed tyres on the last pit stop. Nuno has stayed in for a second stint, so I wouldn't imagine they have changed it. So I think the McLaren has changed tyres, but the Lambo hasn't. But if you're looking at the pictures on screen at the moment, you would say it'd be the other way around, the way that Nuno is driving that Lamborghini around this track and just keeping it right up and tucked up behind the Satellite Racing GT3 car in front of him. So
yeah, he absolutely is. He's a man on a mission right now. We'll see if these guys can get this sorted, or maybe try to work together if that's a thing. I doubt it, because they're definitely not on the same team. But you're obviously racing for first place. But right now, this second place battle, as you mentioned, with the second place vehicle of Satellite Racing, it's just letting Jose run away with it there from Tupai. And congratulations to them, up 7 positions. Really didn't talk to them or talk with them or about them much, and all of a sudden they're up leading the race by a pretty good margin.
Definitely, and just looking in the chat there, David saying that this would be the first win if they can hang on for it for their endurance race. So it'd be a good day's racing for the Tupai Racing team mid-pack there in first place if they can do it. Currently only 3.9 seconds now, so that gap has come down to themselves, to Satellite Racing GT, who have the SR Technic CMS team behind, only 0.7 of a second behind them. So certainly a more of a grandstand finish at the moment to this class than the LMP, with a 21 second gap between first and second, and then a huge gap between second and third for Craft Dinner Racing. So we'll certainly probably concentrate more on this battle at the front of the GT3 coming into the closing stages of this race, but we will keep you updated for any LMP2 action that does go out on track.
Speaking of LMP2s, Andy, it looks like we've got one more final stint interview with Hendrick. If we want to bring him in here with We Too Fast Racing. They're back down into 5th place at the moment. Don't quite know what happened there, but maybe he can give us a little bit of insight.
Yeah, definitely. We get Hendrick back in the seats. Obviously, Hendrick, welcome back. We joined you last time where your team was in 7th place. We see you currently in 5th at the moment. Was up to 3rd. How's it going?
Things seem to be looking up. I don't want to jinx anything, especially with how my interview started last time. But yeah, no, I think we're on track, perhaps, for having a sniff at the podium. We just need to figure out how the rest of the pit stops are shaking out for the other teams, which we were just working on figuring out. But yeah, I think there's a real shot at maybe being able to get onto the podium here with the pace that Chris has got here in the closing stages of the race. Got some fresh tires, a full fuel load, and yeah, it's just time for him to spin some quality laps.
I don't know if you want to give away your pit strategy right now, Hendrick, but with those fresh tires and full fuel load, how close are you going to be towards the end here?
Based on our calculations, this should be everything we need. Chris has been really good on fuel, stint after stint, also really good on tires. So I'm pretty sure this should be seeing us through to the end of the race.
Well, that's great to hear. I know you were kind of down a little bit the first time we chatted with you. You were hoping for a top 5. You're like, I know we've got this pace for the top 3, and I've been talking about you since you left. I'm like, oh, I think he's. I don't think you're giving you guys enough credit. You guys are up here, and you're starting to put the foot down a little bit. Chris seems to be really gaining some ground. How's everything back in your Discord? Everything still pretty light? You still enjoying it?
You know, we're maybe getting a tiny bit more serious.
Well, I had a feeling.
we've had a couple of run-ins with a little bit of Larry traffic. I think one of the things that's just I don't want to say frustrating because I don't want to denigrate the rest of the field, but I really wish the GT3s, I feel like they're trying to leave the door open for us to be nice, and instead we just wish they would stick to their line because that's a lot more predictable, and I feel like that's maybe what's causing some of these incidents that we're seeing up and down the field. Like we're really sad to see Satellite Racing suffer some issues there, where we know them pretty well through some other folks on the team, and sort of root for them, as it were, although we're also definitely competitors with them.
Sorry, go ahead. All right, go. I will go. Sorry. So we did talk about that. We've been talking about that through the broadcast, and I brought it up at the beginning. It's kind of a understood rule in mixed class racing, especially in the IMSA series, even in real life, especially in iRacing, that the slower field, the slower cars, should stick to their line. But it's good in theory, but it's probably pretty tough when you're out there on track and you see an LMP coming so quick and you're just trying to do the right thing, and if you do get caught in the middle of a corner or something like that, and the GT3 is holding their line, then you guys are kind of in the same position there. And from what Andy was saying, and from what it's starting to look like, and what it's looked like the whole race.
My God!
Whoa, buddy!
Like that, for example. Like, oh, jeez.
Oh no!
Christopher needs a new change of pants there, I think.
Oh my! I'm just really glad that these LMP2 cars are built pretty tough, because Formula car, that's the wing gone. That's our shot at the podium gone. But yeah, I mean this is what's frustrating. Like I think these folks, they're trying to do what they think is the right thing, and instead it's creating these problems.
Sure.
And I know it's hard. I mean, I've been there last season. We were in the GTEs, going against the LMP2s in this field, and those LMP2s can come, fast and heavy sometimes. We likened it to getting swarmed by the yellow jackets. But you just got to keep your head and hope you've got a spotter who's staying on top of it, letting you know what the traffic is around you, and that's really the key there. Is I think just having a good spotter makes it a lot less stressful as the quote unquote slower class. But I'll also go back to the other point I made earlier, and it's something that I actually really appreciate about this league. There is no real floor. I mean, there's a little bit of a floor in terms of the minimum I rating, but they're really welcoming everyone from casual racers to some really serious folks like we're seeing at the front end of both of these classes. But as a result, that creates a little bit of that friction where you got some folks who are very much used to racing in that top split, having those LMP2s come fast and heavy, realizing that those LMP2s are going to be racing you. They're not going to just, take it easy, versus the more casual folks who, like for myself in the mid to bottom splits, you take it a little easier, and that's just the nature of the racing. But still a lot of fun out there. Still some really, really good racing on track. And just trying to sneak our way onto that podium if we can.
Well, we're watching your car right now, obviously, and it says L Plan. I know where that's from. Was it L Plan to get in those incidents earlier and then all of a sudden be the heroes and come back here and take the podium at the end, or how is that supposed to work out for you?
All I can say is that we are following El Plan.
I
Well,
was gonna say what's the French flags.
Yep. That's a good answer there. So yeah, Andy, if you got anything for him, I think I'm done.
No, I think obviously you have got the chance for the podium, certainly as you've obviously put your last pit stop in, and it looks around you that maybe the other drivers have done the same. So it'd be interesting to see where you come out on top. 26 seconds behind P3 at the moment, but still one place better than where you were hoping for the last time you came in. So where are you hoping for now?
I think our hope is that P3 has misjudged their fueling for their final stint, and maybe we can sneak past as they have to stop for a little splash and dash. But I have a feeling, incidents aside, that this likely is to be the finishing order for us. But still, something to be really proud of, considering how the race started, considering some of the adversity that we faced. I think a top 5 is something to be really proud of.
It absolutely is, and your position gained as well. You started Well, you've gained 5, and my math isn't great, but I believe
Well,
that
at
means
one
you started
point we
9.
were, yeah, at one
Correct.
point we were pretty far down too. We were further
Yeah.
down than 9th at one point.
Exactly. So I'd pat yourselves on the back. It's not over yet, and I'm not gonna commentators curse it because I've done that twice this race already. So
Yeah, you know, I am kind of reconsidering coming and talking to you guys again in the future because every time something goes wrong.
well,
Yeah, but
I'm
on the flip
reconsidering
side,
talking to you as well because I don't want to hurt your guys' race anymore.
I suppose on the flip side, you have last time you were in 7th, you're now in 4th, so you gained 3 places. So on that basis, you know, maybe you will get that 2nd place today.
I like your thinking. I
There
like
you
your
go.
thinking.
Well, thanks for joining us again, Hendrik. It's been a pleasure as always, getting an insight into the teams, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium. But if not, a P4 is good, and look, see you for the next round out, mate.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for everything you're doing, and thanks again to CMS for putting on a great league, all the competitors out there, all the viewers. And I'm just going to give a quick shout out actually to Chris Hill, Precision Racing Instruction. That's the driver that you see in the car right now, BMW Performance Trained Instructor, also available for your racing needs.
Absolutely.
Go.
Well, thank you, Hendrik, for coming in here and putting a little light into what's probably going to end up being a pretty interesting final few minutes of this race. So thank you, Hendrik, for coming in and spending the time.
Yeah, definitely doing that. A great job at the moment. Obviously, it's stuck there in P4, 27 seconds. And what we could do, I was going to ask for them, but I feel that would be a bit of an unfair advantage. We can have a look at the fuel calculators if you bring that up, Lewis, just to see. I think they have all pitted now for the last stint. I don't think anybody still needs to pit. So looking at their last pit stop timings, the satellite racing team stopped for a minute, so certainly looked like they took on plenty of fuel within their pits. So you can sort of see there the top, all the top ones I think have made their last one, but
yeah, you can see Hill and Crane, the difference in this might get interesting here.
yeah, I think Crane might have to stop again. So that satellite racing team looking like they are 28 laps, so maybe only have 1 lap before they have to pit. So it may be still on for We 2 Fast Racing to get that last podium place, but certainly the first 2 have.
There they are. There it goes.
Yep, and there we go. Satellite Racing, as we said, have come into the pit lane, so We 2 Fast Racing will take over that 3rd position on there. So Hendrik, you are more than welcome coming on, and as commentators, rather than cursing you, I've rubbed a little bit of magic on you, and you will take that 3rd place, all being well. It's always great when it's the other way around, though, isn't it?
It is, yes, it is. And speaking of satellite racing, we've still this battle has all of a sudden turned into a battle for first in that GT3 class. Liam Rance has decided to put this thing into another gear, catching this Lambo at a rated knot at this point.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the incident that we were watching when Hendrik was on broadcast with his car coming down the start-finish straight was involving Satellite Racing GT and the SR Technic CMS team, who, as you can see, that were right behind the Satellite Racing GT team, but are currently down in 4th place, 16 seconds behind the 3rd place Can-Am Racing team. So they look like that they might have had an incident coming out of that corner down the start-finish straight, but it's a bit of a sad news there, because that was certainly warming up to be a good battle. But as you were saying now, it gave Satellite Racing the emphasis to say, I haven't got any problems behind, I can now look forward and try and track down the Two-Ply Racing team mid-pack, who are currently first. So they are going to be feeling the pressure here in the last 15 minutes of this race. Can
David,
they hold out, or is Satellite Racing GT going to take the spoils again?
David is still talking to us here in the YouTube chat. Sorry, David, I don't know when this came through, but he said it is going to be tight on fuel for some of the GT3s. So this race, get ready. It's not over. I think there's going to be some shakeups. We've got these LMPs trying to get through here as quick as possible, and it's got a battle for first place in the GT3 class, as well as some pit strategy starting to come into play. So if you guys have been with us all 3 hours, thanks for sticking with us, because here we go.
Going to get interesting. And Lewis, let's put up the GT3 fuel calculators, and let's make an assumption on whether David is right or the cars should make it to the end. So it's around about 28, 29 laps that these cars can go around. That's what their pit stops have been. So let's get the fuel calculator up to sort of see here. Oh no, the televised at 40, so it's going to be close. So Rance, the decals look like they need to stop. But Vinagre has has he made that stop? I think he has. So he could be in prime position at the moment. Vinagre of SR Technic CMS team there looks like they've made their last pit stop. So it's going to be interesting between second, third and fifth at the moment if they're going to make it to the end of the race. So yeah, it's not all over yet, and it's going to be an interesting end to this race.
And I don't want to say anything now, but I just saw an incident review come up with the number 69 and I believe the number 222 of the SR Technic CMS for that incident we saw on the front stretch. So we'll see what comes of that, if anything. Hopefully not, but if it does, it does. But yeah, that's still plenty of racing left, and there is we got a warning for number 11 for an unsafe rejoin. That's the TSE Tacony Racing Machine, the LMP2, 2 laps down at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting end to this race. I hope that the satellite racing team can make it to the end to make it a grandstand finish between these two drivers. I'm pretty sure the 2Pi racing team won't. They'll prefer to see the satellite racing team coming in, but you can sort of see now the close-up gap, only 0.4 of a second down here. So see how strong the slipstream is. You can see the time coming down here. It's not going to be enough time to make the move here on this lap, but ever close enough. 3 tenths of a second by the end of that start finish coming around into the first turn. So it's going to be an interesting race, and that Lamborghini at the front will be certainly seen in its rear view mirrors. That McLaren car just right behind him, poised to take the position, which is always a bit nervous. And I've asked this question to other commentators, and it'd be interesting to get your view on, Adam. Where do you prefer to be in this situation, in first or in second?
Second place all day long. You can see how, because they are now close enough. Liam can now see how this vehicle in front is going to defend, and he's got plenty of time to make his move. He's still got about 10 minutes left, so he's going to see. He's going to work out where he's quicker, where he thinks he can make his move, where Jose is defending more. So I am definitely a proponent of being in second place in all of these situations, and you are just putting immense pressure on Jose right now and that 2Pi Racing team. Great job by them. As David said a little while ago, this would be their first win. So I'm rooting for you guys. So I'm extremely into this right now. But yes, I would definitely love to be the satellite racing team's shoes right now. David, inquiring minds want to know what kind of food we can send you for the broadcast booth for 6 hours of Le Mans. Well, I'm telling you, I'm American, so I like pizza, but I don't think Andy is in that boat. So
I like a bit of pizza, a bit of McDonald's, a bit of caviar, a bit of T-bone steak. That'd be quite nice as well. Depends how, barbecue. Food,
Lewis wants the barbecue, so yeah, go ahead and just start sending it. Shipping's probably going to be pretty expensive, so good luck, guys.
I would imagine so, but it's certainly going to be interesting on that broadcast. 6 hours around Le Mans, and I'm going to see if I can do the full 6 hours. I've done it in the past in a couple of 24 hours we've done here on Apex Racing TV, so I may be mad enough to sign up for the full 6 hour stint, but we'll see. Just a real get.
No!
Down there. Oh, that's.
Was Satellite Racing caught up in that is the question, or was he able to get on the brakes soon enough? Looks like he just starts to get wide, gets wobbly. Oof.
It does get caught up. It does slow him down. As you see there, he stops, gets slightly tagged, which gives a little bit of breathing space now to 2Pi Racing team out in front. So Probably the worst thing that could have happened there with the cars in front having a little bit of an incident. Put a little bit of nullification on this battle for the first place. Still not over yet. It's only
No, not at all,
seconds.
because he's got to let these LMPs go, and this is just going to give it right back into the hands of Liam. And for the satellite race, yeah, this is definitely not over. 1.5 seconds with about 9 minutes left. Yep, this is still going to be a barn burner.
7 laps, plenty of time to close that gap down. We've seen how quickly Liam is to get onto the back, so it's still not over at the moment. We still got the unknown of the fuel. Has Liam managed to save enough fuel to get to the end of the race, as well as still trying to be competitive to take that first place, or are they going to have to fuel save? So the next couple of laps will obviously tell us that, if he starts dropping massively off the pace, just to try and save that fuel into the closing stages here. Only 9 minutes left here, so in the LMP2 class, we haven't really talked about them. We still got hashtag Racing 92 out front, 15 seconds ahead of SimHQ Motorsports Orange team there. We Too Fast Racing have got that third place at the moment, 50 seconds behind the leader there with Craft Dinner Racing. So Satellite Racing, LMP2 losing 2 places in that pit stop in 5th place at the moment. So all pretty spread out in the LMP2 category, but the one that's certainly heating up is the race win for that GT3 race, and we'll go back to that very shortly to watch as we see Liam just 1.6 seconds behind the 2Pi Racing team mid-pack in first place. A little bit of a gap, 1.6 seconds, not really closed up much, but there are cars coming in between them that could put a little bit of pay to that gap, as we easily saw on that last lap. So
yeah, it did close up until that LMP came through, so we'll see what happens here. Depending on, ooh, that is again not where you want to try to get around like we've been seeing the whole race, but makes it happen. And kind of see where these gaps, yeah, still looking at about 1.7. So if Liam's got anything left, he's got to go now.
He certainly does. Getting into the last 7 minutes of the race, still about 4 laps left of this race to go, so still a little bit of time there for Liam to try and get onto the back of this 2Pi Racing team, who have led for a long portion of this race here today at Phillip Island. And it's a bit of a David and Goliath battle. We know that the Satellite Racing team, known for their speed, obviously I believe they won last season's GT3 championship as well, so an established team, and the 2Pi Racing team here currently driven by Jose Gonzalez, trying to get his first race win here in the GT3 class. So we'll see if he can hold out and keep that podium position.
Yeah, absolutely. Now gap back to 2 seconds, but again, LMP caught him, and probably not where Liam would have wanted to be caught. It's unfortunate, but sometimes, like I said, it's better to be lucky than good. But here we are. Again, about 5 minutes left in the race here, and man, this is my mind is kind of blown that we've been sitting watching an amazing race for almost 3 hours now, and Andy, the gap between first and second is only 2 seconds, and it's been a 3-hour race.
Yeah, 100%, and you know, it's all down to the driver's skill and bits and pieces. We thought it was going to be a bit more war of attrition, a lot more incident that we've had, but the fields kept it nice and clean. And one of the things, you know, this is where I think that the LMPs should be a lot kinder to the GT3 cars. You can see the cars out on track. Obviously, you got your relative box. You can see their first and second fighting it out. You know, this is where the LMPs were not really fighting for position. Everybody's like pretty much well spread out in the LMP2 class. Is that, you know, don't make them stupid lunges down the inside. Let these two cars race it out, because the problem with Liam is, like you said, he's been caught at the wrong places with the LMP trying to go down the inside, which has pushed him out on track and then lost him a time. So where we were in a real tight battle for 0.4 of a second.
Well, here we go, though.
But that is coming down now, yes. So I think that 2Pi Racing with them LMPs in front of him and the back marker has brought it back in. So let's hopefully we get these cars back together for a grandstand last lap finish. That'd be fantastic.
The question now is Liam close enough? I don't know if you know the slipstream gap where these GT3 start getting some slipstream, but whoa, did not see that LMP coming. But yeah, he's definitely close enough for the slipstream. He's just gonna let him.
Come on, Divine Wind. Let's get out of the way here. We got a battle for first place going on. So he should be passing, but we'll give him the slipstream down that start-finish straight. So it should close the gap a little bit. Gone out to 1.7 up to 1.8 seconds, but that McLaren car, but watch that LMP2 behind. Makes it to the inside, then dives down the outside. Is he going to be able to get the move done? Yes, he manages to put his car down the inside into turn 1. And the BMW there of the Divine Wind team do back out to give the opportunity for these two to fight out. 1.6 second the gap. Is that enough?
Oof. I'd like to say it is, but I'm starting to root for the underdog. I've always been rooting for the underdogs here, to be honest, but I'm not showing any bias, I promise. I'm a fan of good racing, but how cool would it be to see a first-time winner here in EMS? That'd be an amazing thing. But again, it's not over yet. There are LMPs coming through all over the place. Jose's doing a great job at the moment, just trying to keep his cool, because I guarantee you, I don't care what he's going to tell you when we get in, if we get into the interviews and he's a part of it, I promise you that he, no matter how cool he says he is, he's not. At least I wouldn't be.
I'll be sweating buckets, swearing at everybody around me to make sure they get out of my way, just being an absolutely crazed banshee in my sim rig, and my wife will be looking at me as if saying, what the hell is he doing? So I know I wouldn't be cool, calm and collected. I'll just be a mess at the moment. Nerves rocketing up there. You know, with such a big thing, getting your first race win, you know, the guys from the Satellite Racing GT behind, used to it, but at the moment, look at that, 2.4 seconds. So is Satellite Racing GT now just thinking, I need to conserve fuel here because they are moving back from two-pack racing?
You've got to think what you don't want to have happen right now is have to pit, or even worse, run out of gas. Because you have definitely put yourself in a position where you are a solid podium position finisher. You got 44 seconds to third place. So, yeah, I think they've gone from, hey, let's go win this race to, hey, let's finish this race.
I think so. I mean, they are slightly dropping 2.3 seconds back. Only got 1 minute left of racing, so about 2 laps possibly, depending when the first place goes over of racing left. So looks like it's pretty much a done deal at the moment, but I'll never say it's done until they cross the checker flag. Just a quick shout out to another one of the sponsors of this, gridfinder.com. Looking for a community to race with? Go to Gridfinder. Filter your search by PC, Xbox or PlayStation, the sim racing title you're looking for, the class of car you want to drive, and the location and the day of the week that you want to race. Simple. There's over 1,000 racing communities to browse through and join directly from Gridfinder. Are you a livery designer, commentator or broadcaster? I'd like to think so. Make yourself a free profile on Gridfinder and get found by sim racing leagues, owners and admins. Best part about Gridfinder is it's totally free to list your community and free to browse. Go to grid-finder.com to find your place on the grid.
Well, we've got a pit, and it is second place, Satellite Racing. So we'll see how this gap works out, if there's still going to be, if Can-Am is going to be able to. Doesn't look like it. It looks like that, well.
Is that just right, I think? Well, we called it right there anyway in the box that it looked like they did have to pit. And I think it's probably did Can-Am pit the lap before, which gave Satellite Racing the opportunity to pit. I'm not seeing they have at the moment, so the Satellite Racing team did have thingy, but this is excellent news for the 2-Pi Racing team mid-pack. Obviously under extreme pressure was Jose Gonzalez there from the Satellite Racing GT team, but now literally got a 28-second gap, can cool down, breathe down, and breathe a sigh of relief that they pretty much got this one sewn up by any last lap catastrophes.
I think they're going to have to change their names from 2Pi Racing Mid-Pack to 2Pi Racing First Place. Yeah. So here we go with Hashtag Racing crossing the line here. Congratulations on them. Able to get through what was quite a pretty interesting LMP battle there for the first 2 hours.
It certainly was, and obviously double race winners on the Hashtag Racing 92 team there, and we missed the 2Pi Racing team mid-pack coming through to take that GT win, so they'll be over the moon at the moment. So just going to wait to get all the drivers over the line, as you can sort of see the checkered flag out at various parts for depending on where that first goes. But we too fast racing managed to get third place. So Hendrik, I think you owe us something here in the commentary box. Obviously 7th up to 5th. Then we did say 2 places to 3rd. So yeah, we're like your guardian angels here in the commentary booth for week 2 fast racing. But yeah, SimHQ Motorsports taking out 2nd. So pretty much, I mean, wow, Adam, what a race. I wasn't expecting it to be as clean and as good as it was. Being such a tight track, such a small track, I knew that these LMPs would just be filtering through time after time with the GT3 cars. But I think overall it's been an exceptional race again from the guys out on field, and really organised. The stewards have kept a lot of the drivers in check by giving penalties, and being fair with the penalties as well. So I think overall it's been an amazing event.
I knew there was going to be action, Andy, but I didn't think it was going to be action that was this clean and this intense. I mean, when you come into commentate a race, you kind of never know how it's going to go. But CMS has definitely made a fan out of me for sure. This has just been the coolest thing to watch the whole time. It really has.
Oh no, Kip Mitchell there of SMS Racing. Looks like they have run out of fuel. They have not passed the pit. I think they will be okay for that 15th, but you see them there literally coasting down the pit lane just to say, get me over that finishing line.
Oh, my goodness.
I wonder if somebody would be nice and give them a push from behind. No.
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, no.
Looks like he might make it, though. He's close. He's close. He's got to go uphill, though. So that may be a problem.
I know, and here we are for the world's slowest GT3 race here at Phillip Island, where we're looking at Kip Mitchell doing an exceptional job of holding up that pit lane. It'll be interesting to see if he keeps that 14th place, but I'll let you, in fact that's qualifying, mate, we don't want them. We got the race results. I'll let you take us through the race results.
I absolutely can do that. So first place, Hashtag Racing. Congratulations, guys. 3 hours. Came out on top, a full minute ahead of the second place team of SimHQ Motorsports, Orange. We Too Fast Racing. Congratulations, guys. I was rooting for you. Got up there into 3rd place. Satellite Racing in the LMP2 had to have that late pit stop. Kind of hurt him. Just missed the fuel strategy by just a little bit, but still came home 4th. Craft Dinner Racing came home 5th. GITM came home 6th. Pneumatic Motorsports Orange came across the line in 7th place. Blue Shell Racing in 8th. Pneumatic Motorsports Blue in 9th. Obsidian Racing in 10th. RD Simsport, we saw them up there for quite a while there at the beginning of the race. Came across the line 11th. Had some incidents, had some off tracks. Unfortunate day for them, but I'm sure they'll pack it in and get ready for the next one. TSE DeConey Racing in 12th. World Community Drivers, 13th. 14th was Imperial Motorsports Shake. 15th was Pneumatic Motorsports Purple. 86 laps down. Didn't quite have the day that they wanted, but I know they'll come back and try it again.
They certainly will, and I don't know if we got the race results for the GT3 class. So in first place, the first race win here at IRTES race win. Their 2-Pi Racing team mid-packs were a great win for them. 27 seconds ahead in the end over Satellite Racing GT, but pushed them all the way to the end. Can-Am Racing in third. SimHQ Motorsport White in fourth. SR Technic CMS in fifth. In sixth place, VG Racing Esports Academy seventh. Sim Racing PR Blue in eighth. We had hashtag Racing in ninth. Lone Star Endurance 1. In 10th place, we have Sim Republic. Can-Am Racing 2 in 11th. Team Break Fade in 12th. Sim Racing PR Red in 13th. SMS Racing slowly getting over the line and still keeping that 14th position. In 15th, Wild Juice Racecraft. 16th, Doodle Motorsports. And Triple R Racing in 17th. In 18th, Penguin RC Complex Sim Sports rounds out your GT3 finishes. I mean, wow, what an end to an exceptional race. And it looks like we've got a few of the drivers in the interview waiting area. I mean, it looks like the We Too Fast Racing have come en masse. I think we've got 3 of them in the interview waiting area. But who do you want to take, mate? I'll let you take the first one.
Well, I gotta bring Hendrick in. Well, yeah, let's bring Hendrick back in because I wanna let him know that well, looks like there he is right there. Hendrick, you got it, man. You took it. Congratulations. We didn't jinx it.
Yeah, if you guys want to pull in Chris Hill, Francois, and Jack as well, they're
Come on, in. Let's get the whole team in. Just have to make sure we coordinate the talking guys.
Burn in here.
Well,
anyways, guys, congratulations on your third place with We Too Fast Racing. We've had Hendrick in here a couple times, and he wasn't believing in you that much. He didn't think he was going to make it happen. How'd you guys get it done there at the end?
It feels like a little bit of luck there in some ways. I mean, things kind of ended up going our way, even though they didn't at other points. So, yeah, just not ending up in as much carnage as others, I think. And the car was good. Obviously, we had some bad luck early on, but yeah, just survived enough, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. So we were, I was obviously talking with Hendrick throughout the race, and I mentioned, the tension that probably he's like, yeah, the Discord's pretty light. We try to have a good time in there. I bet you there were some points, and I don't think you can lie to me and tell me that there weren't. Where things did get a little tense. It got a little sweaty. You guys eked it out at the end, and that's just a testament to these 3-hour races. Had some incidents there at the beginning, but it's how with the whole team. I know I asked Hendrick this as well, but how does that go? I mean, how much is the driver focused on racing, and how much does the rest of the team have to how much does the rest of the team contribute to the success on track?
Well, it's definitely a team effort with this team. I mean, we got Francois doing the strategy and helping out and nonstop, and he's a genius on that. And so, there's points where like there's a little panic, are we in trouble or are we not? And he's able to keep us calm and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, obviously we had some moments not safe for TV, I would say, for sure. At least 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah, I mean the good thing is it's like having somebody who knows their stuff as well as Francois does to get us back on track and keep us level-headed enough to keep going forward and salvage the best result we could, which I think P3 is all things considered. I mean that's or I think it's something we can be proud of. So
absolutely, Andy, you got anything for him?
Yeah, it's just obviously we know the drivers of Christopher and Jack. Obviously, Jack, we saw your lovely attempt on a pass up through turn 1 and 2, so you're not going to live that one down. But I want to obviously pose a question to Francois there. Obviously, in the background, and I've mentioned this on stream, that a lot of the teams have got their drivers out the front, pretty much like any sort of ones. They're the figurehead of the company, but the real backbone to any team is the background staff. Can you just give an insight of what your job is within the team and what sort of role you play within the team?
my team is kind of well, my role is more kind of a team coordinator of all the back end of the work that's about the testing, about reviewing the data engineering parts. Based on all the testing and the data that we can capture, I can kind of put together based on historical things that's happened before, kind of a strategy, and try to maximize what we can between the pace of the driver, between the tire wear that they are generating from it, between the fuel consumption that they have, and try to minimize our risk and maximize our benefit based on also the race dynamics. The beginning of the race is different than in the middle, then it's different at the end, and try to compensate a little bit of everything. But that's my job. I'm definitely a guy from the shadow that oversight things and keep things tight. So I've been doing that for a very long time. So that's totally fine, and they're very, very good drivers. So that's excellent to work with. So
That's
it's
really. I mean, it's good to see the insight because a lot goes into these team. You know, a lot of our viewers will be seeing on track the drivers going around track, but obviously the more into the endurance side of it. You know, it's always a great insight, and obviously to have you on here now explaining what you do. That a lot goes into these teams behind the scenes, not just the drivers. The drivers take all the glory as they normally do anyway, but it's very much the backstreet like Francois and Hendrik that are really the driving force for the team. And I just obviously want to give you drivers a chance to comment on the support that Hendrik and Francois give to you during the race and before.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hendrik has been our spotter throughout the today, and there's multiple times today where there was chaos in front of us, and he made the clutch call of a direction to go and all that kind of stuff, and it saved us from worse than it could have been, and so he was on the ball doing a great job on that, and like I said with Francois, it's just not having to worry about what's the right call, just drive and let him make the call, and he does a dang good job of that. So um,
Yeah.
Always
Yeah, I
great.
think to top off what Chris said, I think with having Francois there, it's really nice when you don't have to sit there and worry about, oh, am I doing the right fuels and all that stuff, especially on the last stint. I know I don't like having to sit there and try and do fuel calculations while I drive. So it's always nice to have someone to be there to do that, make sure we know what our strat is going to be, and have us all just set up for success. So even when we're down, I think in P10, it's nice to just kind of be able to focus on the driving and put down lap times and not have to kind of think about what are we going to do next? What's our next pit strategy going to be? So it's always nice to
Yeah.
have that.
Well, it's great to have you guys in there. It's very unusual that we have all the drivers and all the backroom staff in the same interview at the same time, and it's fascinating to do. But unfortunately, we do have other drivers that we'd like to get in for a chat. So before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
I mean,
I'd like to shout out. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I just want to thank the team. I always like to also mention my company that I do driving instruction for a living, precision racing instruction. So that's my company. If anybody's interested in that, can always reach out. We're on social media places. So
And
Yeah.
then just to add to that, shout out to the team. Great job, guys, to bring it back to podium place, and thanks again to CMS for putting on a great series.
Yeah. Yeah. I also
Yeah.
want to shout out the team. Definitely the team. And I want to say hi to my mom and dad. Got to. But yeah.
I was waiting for one of you to do that. So.
The
I've always
orchestration
wanted
on
to
you
do
guys
that.
is outstanding, by the way. I do want to say that it seems like you guys are a really strong team just by hearing you guys talking in this interview. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
Appreciate it.
Soda's on Hendrik tonight.
You'll get him at all the good moments. So
Great. Well,
Yeah.
cheers, guys, and have fun.
yeah,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Obviously, we got Brad here as well in the box. How did the race go for you, Brad?
Let's just say that being in a global scale of a team is really interesting. Miscommunication is the root of all evil, as I say. But the at the end of the day, everybody wanted to go in. Everybody had intentions to race and improve and get better. That was the part that counted. Everybody wanted to get in. They wanted to participate. There were technical difficulties. I literally watched. One of my guys. He refused to be interviewed at this point. He went ahead and to get in on the second stint and get some laps in. He was like, "Oh yeah, this is great," and then he starts ghosting on the screen, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh no. And he goes, okay, so this is normally when I'm about to disconnect. And then we wait about like 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds. Everything's fine. He goes, oh, okay, never mind. His car disappears and he's disconnected again.
Yeah, we were kind of wondering what happened there. We were going through, remember talking with you, and Lewis in the broadcast booth down there goes, yeah, they're gone. I was like, oh no, I mean,
They're gone again.
That's just the issue that sometimes you'll have with online racing, but nonetheless, for the pretty long time, you guys did pretty well, I thought, Brad. So walk us through what moments you guys did have on track. I mean, how'd you guys think it went for what you say you guys had no practice?
The most astounding moment for me personally, I'm the one that didn't have practice. Everyone else practiced, which is awesome. But the really astounding thing is that we got everybody together. We actually managed to run our two cars, which is what we intended to do from Daytona. We finally got everybody that was in the team to participate in the race in some shape or form. I mean, I was in here in the commentary booth, which is nice, and it's more of my natural ground. I walk back over into the team chat, and everyone's just mass panic and hysteria. I'm like, what is going on here? But it was fun. It was fun. I mean, everybody was freaking out a little bit, but everyone was having their joy and participating in the race. That was what we wanted to do, and the more we keep doing that as a team, the better we'll naturally improve.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it'll only get better, for sure. But Brad, anybody you'd like to shout out before we let you go here?
Yes. So this one I actually forgot about. So Brian Sabelski, who's actually in this series as well. I want to say hello to you because we haven't talked in a long time. We used to race in a church and sim race campus. It's really amazing to see how far he has come from, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago at this point. It's really amazing to see the kind of work he's putting in, what he's doing. I can see he was fast back then, but now it's very clear to see he's only gotten better.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us, Brad, and thanks for joining us during the race. And hopefully, we'll see you out next time. You can pop in again for another chat. So there was Brad Hill from Divine Wind and Team Kamikaze. So we'll look at bringing in the LMP2 winner there in that race. We got Pedro Souza in the commentary box to us from #Racing92. Adam, I'll let you ask all the questions.
I'd love to. Pedro, how you feeling?
Hi, good evening. Well, feeling great, I guess.
I just wanted to kind of get your insight, man. Those the LMP class was kind of all over the place. You guys ended up coming out on top, but there for a while it wasn't looking like that. So how'd you guys seem to be one of the more consistent drivers out there, and once you got that lead, you were just holding on to it. I don't think anybody was going to take that one from you.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for the broadcast. I hope the race was fun to watch. Well, as fun as it was to be in it. I got one word for it: chaotic. We didn't expect a win today because we knew both Satellite and Obsidian had the better pace from what we've seen in the practice sessions. So we worked a little bit on the strategy to see if we could compensate the time we didn't have for them. Qualifying did go as we wanted. We only got a P5. We couldn't make the last lap. The race itself, I guess we got a perfect start. Starting P5, we got into P3 to T1, and from then on, our strategy was just to stay behind the leaders and save tires as much as we could, because tires would be the biggest impact later on in the race. near the end of the first stint, the leaders collided in T2, and we were kind of collected in that crash. So we had to pit a bit earlier, but it didn't affect our strategy too much because we had the fast repair. Throughout those first 3 stints, we had quite a lot of incidents because of traffic and slower cars, but we never got damage from any of those things. So we just kept our pace and kept going safe. When we stopped, before I had to get in the car, he got a 40-second stop and hold because of speeding. And we thought we were gonna lose P1 at that stage, but we exited the pit 20 seconds ahead of P2. So yeah, all I had to do was drive as safe as possible to bring home the win, and yeah, 2 out of 2.
Well, you did a great job at that, Pedro. Before I let you go here, man, anybody you'd like to thank, like to shout out to make this possible?
Yeah, I just want to thank #Racing for all the support and effort from everyone involved, and also CMS and other sponsors for providing this challenging championship. I'll see you again in next round in Interlagos.
Alrighty, thank you guys. That was Pedro.
Thank
Pedro Souza for #Racing, first place for the LMP2 class. I don't know, Lewis, do we got time for another one? If not, I would understand, but yeah.
It's we'll do one more. Well, I'm not sure who's Nolan.
So we got Can-Am. So we've got Can-Am Racing, which was finished third place in the GT3. Alex Gal for Satellite. I don't see anybody for Satellite in there.
No, we'll get Paul Hale in to get another section. We had 2 from GT3 and we'll have 2 from LMP. So welcome to the commentary box, Paul. Obviously a well-deserved second place from the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange team. How did that race go for you, mate?
It was fairly chaotic. We had a great qualifying, getting in P2, and then, turn 1 and 2 kind of got swamped and ended up in 6th. And then all of a sudden, after the chaos had settled, and I think our third stop was done, we were back up into second place. So just had to have some luck with the incidents that we had, and none of them really damaged us too bad. We just kind of got off tracks and kept the car going straight. So, that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, bit chaotic at the start of the race for the LMP2 class. A lot of changing positions at the top end of the field. You sort of came through the field quite nicely. Obviously stayed where you were in second place. Is that down to consistency and just trying to avoid any incidents?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we kind of went into this knowing, that we probably didn't have the race pace to keep up with some of the faster guys, but there was going to be a good amount of attrition for a lot of the LMP2s just from accidents, and there obviously was, and people fighting too hard. So we figured that if we could just keep our car healthy and keep going, we'd have a decent result. And I think P2 is pretty fair for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a great race, a hard track to get. So obviously getting in that top 3 has got to be an achievement around this very tight track. Obviously got Le Mans up next, more suited to these cars. How are you looking forward to that round?
Le Mans is not actually my favorite track to race in, but it's always it's better in the longer races. You don't feel like you have to make forced passes on some of the long straights. So should be interesting. Much easier, much safer track to do these multi-class racing on than Phillip Island is.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks for joining us in the commentary box. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Just the team. James has been good getting us organized, and Nolan, inherited the car in P2 and brought it home in P2. So that's all. I'm happy with that.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us, mate, and good luck out for Le Mans in the next round.
All right, thank you.
Well, there we go. That's all the interviews we've got time for today, Adam. Any closing thoughts from yourself over today's race?
I think the drivers that we had in here pretty much summed it up. Chaotic, controlled chaos. An amazing race for me to broadcast. I just want to shout these guys out over here at CMS. They are putting on a great show. So I hope to be back and be part of it more. And if I'm not part of it, I'm definitely watching it. So congratulations on everybody that finished on the podium today, and congratulations on everybody that finished the race, because I tell you, I wouldn't be able to do that. So yeah, it was great.
Definitely, and a big thank you and a shout out to the sponsor of the series, Penguin RC Simulation, the title sponsor, SimRacing247.com, gridfinder.com, and one we failed to mention was Complex SimWorks. If you're looking for high quality, affordable 3D printing racing accessories to take your sim racing to the next level, check out Complex SimWorks. They have a range of 3D printed accessories, digital items that can add the last touch of your immersion. They offer 3D printing and custom design solutions for whatever your needs are. So visit the store at www.complex-simworks.com. Shift into high gear with Complex SimWorks. So that brings us to the end of the broadcast here at Phillip Island. Been really entertained by two great classes fighting out, with the winners being hashtag Racing 92, taking a second race win as they did in Spa. So really on a roll are the LMP2s, and a big shout out and a congratulations to the first time winners, 2Pi Racing Team Midpack, who managed to stave off the Satellite GT Racing team there to take their first win in the GT3 class. So our next round is Le Mans, a 6-hour race on the 13th of March, and that is going to bring more spills and thrills. So that's double the time, so double the excitement that's going to be coming your way, guys. So this ends the broadcast here from Phillip Island. I have been Andy Thompson. I've been joined by my namesake Adam Thompson alongside me in the commentary box, and the wonderful production from Lewis Arara in the production box. So from Phillip Island, from the Championship Motorsports Endurance Series, we bid you good night.
Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, You will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers, including Peter Berryman, John Robertson, Brandon Trano, and IndyCar World Champion Alex Palou. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.